No, you got to get in.
Yes.
Everyone, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2.
Jesus, I'm gonna try to do my best to keep this steady.
Wow,
Wait, is your pop socket in screen? No. I apologize for the shakiness. I apologize for any shakiness that might be on the live stream for the next 30 minutes.
My brother worked for FedEx. I worked at Sprouts Market.
It must be so long.
I want to remind you that this is open seating unless you're one of the presenters or the award people. Then you have assigned seating. Otherwise, it's open seating. No elbowing, no kicking, but open seating. Honda arrive. Somebody told me he was going to be virtual, but he's virtually here. All right. Now we can get started. Everyone, we want to welcome you all to the San Jose State University Asian American Studies reunion. Thank you for being here. So great to see so many familiar faces. We are the hosts for the evening here. First of all, I'm Robert Honda. Hello, hello. I will be replaced later by someone that everybody thinks is me, Mike Inouye. Mike requested to be seated behind the big drum so he would not have to watch me do this. And the other co-host is Paul Fong.
Hi, welcome to this historic event. We've been making history, and we're going to continue to make history. So thank you very much for attending.
Very good. Yes, in fact, we are part of history here. You can tell by looking around the room, huh? Anyway, one of my first introductions to the Ethnic Studies Department was a young lady that was introduced to me by Paul Fong. Her name was PJ, and now it's PJ Hirabayashi and Roy Hirabayashi, and they are the founders of San Jose Taiko. When I met PJ, we were both students, and our paths just kept on crossing, huh? Yes, anyway, they're going to kick off our program here, but first PJ's got a few words of welcome for you. PJ? And Roy.
We welcome you with the sound of taiko to open the space to allow for this community to come together. We're going to play a song called Hachijo Taiko from the island of Hachijo. This particular song really resonated to Roy and me when we first heard this song, because Hachijo was an island of exile for political prisoners of Japan. And when we learned about that, we thought about the incarceration of our families. So this piece, Hachijo Taiko, shows the resilience of people who are living as exiles, but in beauty and in harmony through the sound of music, of taiko, of the heartbeat.
Thank you so much. PJ and Roy Hirabayashi, founders of San Jose Taiko. You know, Mike, remember there's a connection here at my wedding. San Jose Taiko played at my wedding, and Mike Honda did the ceremony, which was better than having PJ and Roy do the ceremony and having Mike play the drums. Introduce Yaman.
Okay. The person that's responsible for this event is Yvonne Kwan.
Thank you everyone for coming this warm afternoon. I've already texted our AS president to see what we can do to turn up the air conditioning. Let's see what her powers entail. All right. Well, thank you so much all for being here today. My name's Yvonne Kwan. I'm an assistant professor of Asian American Studies and also the program coordinator. And hopefully by next fall when I'm on sabbatical, I can change that title. So, wink, wink, get it, year 6. All right. And then, Alina, can you please? Thank you. I want to, of course, thank all of you for coming here today. And Nina, can you hop on here for us? Nina, our Associated Students President and also proud Asian American Studies minor. Nina is going to help us with our land acknowledgement. Just 1 second.
The San Jose State University community recognizes that the present-day Muwekma Ohlone with Enrolled Bureau of Indian Affairs documented membership of over 550 is comprised of all of the known surviving American Indian lineages aboriginal to the San Francisco Bay region, who trace our ancestry through the Mission Santa Clara, San Jose, and Dolores, during the advent of the Hispano-European Empire into the Alta California, who were the successors and living members of the Sovereign Historic, previously federally recognized Verona Band of Alameda County. Furthermore, the San Jose State University community recognizes that the university is established within the Tiananmen Ohlone-speaking tribal ethno-historic territory, which, based upon the ratified federal treaties of 1851 and 1852, includes the unceded territories and ancestral lands of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area. Some of the enrolled Muwekma lineages are descended from direct ancestors from the Tiananmen Ohlone tribal territory, whose ancestors had affiliation with Mission Santa Clara. The San Jose State University community also recognizes the importance of this land to the indigenous Muwekma Ohlone people of this region, and consistent with our principles of community and diversity, strives to be good stewards on behalf of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe whose land we occupy. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. And for us in Asian American Studies, we really see that the land acknowledgement isn't just something that we do, but something that we really need to live, right? And one of the ways in which we do that is also, as Asian American Studies is advocating for more resources for us, we also would love to work with and continue to work with Native American and Indigenous Studies to establish a formal program and hopefully a department in the near future. Alina? Thank you. And next, I would love to thank our steering committee for all of this. This wasn't a one-person show, not by far. So first, I want to, of course, thank on here. Ooh, and did you see the photos I chose? Yeah. All right. Oh, I should have hidden the names to see if you can recognize them. So to the right of me is Carolyn Morimoto. Where's Carolyn? Woo! All right, Carolyn. And then next we have, it's a little fuzzy, but guess who that is? Vicky Takeda, right in the back. Woo! Also, I mean, we're gonna have the award ceremony soon anyway, so can I say it? And I'm looking at Anne-Marie, we can say it? Yes, Vicky is also the College of Social Sciences Outstanding Alum for this year. And to the Vicky, to the right of Vicky is LaDonna Yamori Kaku. Where's LaDonna? Woo! And I believe the person with the hair in front of LaDonna in that photo is Greg Mark. Where's Greg? Where's Greg? There he is. Should we confirm or deny? What do we think, Greg? Do you think that's you?
I can't even see where I am.
The hair. It's covering half of LaDonna. All right, and to the right of LaDonna is our MC extraordinaire for tonight, too, is Paul Fong. Paul is, of course, one of our former California Assembly members, and also known as the godfather of the local politics, Asian American local politics here, right? And as you can see on here, proud San Jose State football player. Woo! And I believe you continue to hold the records for, what? High school, lots of high school athletic stats. I don't know the sports too well, but Paul has done it all. All right, so thank you everyone thank you to the whole steering committee, but of course also, Alina. Thank you to our planning committee. So this, again, like I said, didn't happen overnight. It was really something that we thought of, I think, last December, and then started really working hard on in January. So it's been, 4.5 months. Can I math right there? But 2 to 3 hours a week. And, we're on these Zoom calls almost every week, working on the logistics of this, planning this, and just making sure everyone can come back and have a good time. All right. And then... All right, I do want to point to your tables. On your tables there, you have name tags. If you haven't already, please locate a name tag. There's a Sharpie or a permanent marker, a permanent marker at your table. So please write your name on there. Also at your tables is the guest sign-in. We're going to collect those afterward. So please identify the guest sign-in. There's little boxes on there. So please one character, one letter per box, just so that when we're entering this later on, we can more clearly see that information. Also, there's information about T-shirts. We ordered T-shirts for this event, and you'll later see when President Cynthia Teniente Madsen speaks, we'll have what is on the back of the T-shirt. So stay tuned on that. And the T-shirts will be free to everyone. However, local pickup, we didn't get them in time, so we're gonna have local pickup. All the information's on that form there. If you need it shipped to you, the information is also on there as well. There's also a question about the Alumni Network, which our president-elect of the Alumni Association Network, LaDonna Yamori Kaku, will talk to us a little bit more about, but please feel free to take a look at that. And of course, if you would like to donate to Asian American Studies, the form is there, and if you would please, when you're finished, please put it in a smaller envelope, and then there's a larger envelope at each of the tables that will go around and collect that at the end. And I believe that I can say this now, if you have a program at your table, turn it around. Turn it around. Anyone notice something different on their programs? Yeah, you see a red dot? We have some red dots out there. If you have the red dot, at the end of the night, you take home the flowers, donated by the Flower Cottage and Pa Fong. Woo! All right, so next I'm gonna bring Paul and Robert back to the stage to lead us on in our next portion of the program.
The mastermind. She doesn't take all the bows, but she should take a big one. So anyway, recently I had Yvonne and Paul on a show I do called Asian Pacific America, and we talked about this reunion. And it's interesting because Paul and I were involved in ethnic studies movement at De Anza College as well as San Jose State. In fact, we started the Asian Student Club at De Anza College. And so it's always been sort of something that was rooted in like our upbringing and our perspectives and looking ahead, even though it was kind of a pioneering time. So Paul's going to talk a little bit about joining the Asian American Studies program here at San Jose State as a student. What'd you think?
Well, I have to thank a couple of people in this room for steering me in this direction. Paul Sakamoto, my principal at 9th grade at Sunnyvale High School. And Mike Honda, who was a biology teacher. I never knew him as a biology teacher. He was a community organizer. He went out in the hood and organized the Chicano community, and I met him out there. And he actually steered me into the direction of Asian American Studies as well. Both of them are my first two role models and my mentors. And I'm greatly indebted for you putting me in this position. So thank you very much. Asian American Studies has a very big meaning in my life. When I first got elected to the state legislature, state assembly, my first bill was ACR 42, was a public over here in 1949 to present day. And so that one passed, and that's how strong the Asian American Studies program had an influence on me when I went to the state legislature, because I carried that agenda with me to the state legislature as well. And so it's been a big part of my life because I used to protest, and Asian American Studies taught me how to protest. And you know, I continued to protest with Asian Americans for Community Involvement after I left San Jose State, and that protesting continued on. And my protest is working on these governing boards, making sure that there's Asian American representation in all the governing boards in Santa Clara County. And so I think I've pretty much accomplished that. And we have a lot of resolutions and proclamations that are coming from Asian American elected officials, because it's a different place for us today than it was in the 1970s when I first started this movement, the Asian American Studies movement. And so it's been a part of my life, a big part of my life throughout my life, and I hope to continue on in this movement until I die. And so it's a very important part of me. And so when Yvonne asked me to organize this event, I just said, yeah, it's a great idea. And lo and behold, it turned out really well. So thank you very much for coming and attending this event. It's historic. It's a historic event. And we'll continue to make history now because we're all back together again. So thank you very much for coming. And Robert Honda, my good friend, we've been buddies since Sunnyvale High School. We're both Jets because Paul Sakamoto taught us how to be a Jet. And so I've been friends with Bob all these years, and he's actually taught me things about the media, how the media influences politics. And so, you know, you have to rely on all your resources that you have grown up with, and Robert Honda I grew up with, and he has been a valuable resource for me, and he's doing a great job in the Asian American community with the show, APA community. And so, thank you very much, Robert.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul. Yeah, we were students at Sunnyvale High School, and Paul Sakamoto and Mike Honda are over there looking at each other like, how did those two guys end up in the front of the room talking? I think they met us at the, we were doing a lot of our talking at the Breakfast Club during that time. Anyway, so Paul, I want to congratulate you on all the things that you've done. Also, too, by the way, I need to clarify for Yvonne that Paul set records at De Anza College as a running back as well. So, two-time All-League running back. Feel like I should bring that up just because he was too modest to say that. Anyway, want to acknowledge some of the people who also made this possible. In TV, we never do go very long without thanking our sponsors because you don't go on the air without them. So, first of all, people from the Ethnic Studies Collaborative. And the Mosaic Cross-Cultural Center. Mosaic. Oh, they're doing the live stream too? There you go. I should have actually introduced them first then, huh? They're probably putting me out of focus right now. How about Breaking Sky Productions? There you go. There he is, breaking sky. Thank you. The Flower Cottage, Paul Fong. Although, let's give Grace Fong her due for how these flowers look, okay? How about AAPI Perspectives? All right, and Paul's got a shout out to some of the staff and people.
Okay, I'm going to shout out to Erlinda Yanez. Erlinda, can you stand? Okay.
Oh, then don't stand.
Okay, Dr. Trung Nguyen. He's the best note taker I've ever met. Thank you. Yeah. Mahasti Tayabi. Okay. Yasmin Holt. Well, thank you. That's very important. Chris Yang. And Halasia Alalor. Alcelsia. Okay, Alcelsia. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. That's it.
All right. All right, our next fundraiser will be to get a better font machine for the type so we can get a little bit bigger type here on these programs. And first of all, before we all came in, it was also nice to have sort of a mood setter. So let's hear it for the student lion dancers. Now, if you're, feeling like how many years have gone by and, you might be feeling like, you're getting a little old these days. Well, recently I was at a birthday celebration for a San Jose State icon, Yoshu Chida, who was celebrating his 103rd birthday. I felt so young there.
Right.
I got carded. Anyway, but while I was there, I had a chance to first meet and listen to the new president of San Jose State University, who impressed everybody there with her desire to really make San Jose State University top-notch and to withstand the pressure of all the San Jose State judo people who were swarming her, making sure, please make sure our program is saved, which of course she reassured them that it would be. But she is known as a champion for things like student success initiatives, diversity and inclusion, civic engagement, and I think the common denominator in all of what she does is that she puts students first. So Spartans, past, present, and future, please welcome the new president of San Jose State University with 30 years of higher education experience, Cynthia Tenyeta Matson.
Can I invite Dr. Lisa Malora and Dr. Edwin Tan to the front with me? They didn't know I was doing this. But they are a critical part of the university's leadership team. And because we're here to welcome you, I think it's important that our entire people who work very close with me welcome you. And you've heard from Nina Chuang, who I've spent time with. In fact, just yesterday, her and I did a first P2P, which is president to president, open forum for the student body right here in this same building. So Nina, congratulations on the great work that you're doing for us. As you heard, my name is Cynthia Teniente Matson. I'm the president here, and I'm very excited to be here with you. And Dr. Lisa Malora, do you want to share your title?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Malora. I am the Vice President for Strategy and Institutional Affairs, and I am the President's Chief of Staff.
And
good evening. My name is Edwin Tan, Director for Advocacy and Community Relations.
We are delighted to have you here. I have just this week passed my 100-day mark on the job and my tenure here. I started in January. I started on Martin Luther King Day. And I have come to learn and experience what I saw from afar about the importance and the significance that San Jose State University plays in our community. This is a place that emanates intellectual energy. I can go to 5, 10 things a day, events, activities a day, and not hit them all. The range of activity and energy that happens here demonstrates an unshakable commitment to our legacy of diversity, inclusion, and social justice for all of our communities. We are very happy and proud to welcome you back to our university today, because San Jose State is a place of impact. We're a place that is here for you, and it is because of you and your commitment and vision for what the university was then, what it is today, and what it will be in the future. It is people like all of us that come together to gather and celebrate how far we've come and yet how far we have yet to go before us. The importance of your contributions to our legacy are significant, and we love taking the time to recognize and honor those commitments and accomplishments. I know that we need to continue to embrace our collective obligations to deliver relevant academic programs that reflect all of our students' needs and their experiences in the classes they take and the lessons that they learn. Many of us in the room are first generation. I'm a first generation Latina, I'm a first generation president, I'm a first generation professional. And it is significant what we do, what all of us do here in our community. So I want to thank all of the leaders, the partners, the dignitaries that are joining us here this evening to celebrate. Your presence here honors San Jose State University and its important milestone. Dr. Kwan, Asian American Studies is one of the foundational pieces of our ethnic studies curriculum at a time when ethnic studies is under attack in some other states. Here in California and here in San Jose State, we not only celebrate it, we look to lift all of our ethnic studies programs. As we begin the celebration of Asian American and Pacific Islander History Month, it's clear that our history matters, our vocabulary matters, what we do and what we say and how we act matters. Activism matters, advocacy matters, and that it all leads to positive change. Our students that are here today, like Nina and others, and those that you will meet and be in the future, are better for our commitment to this movement. So thank you for your passion and your place in the history of our university. On behalf of all of us, we wish you a welcome and beautiful evening tonight. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Edmund. Can I mention one thing as you're coming back? No, please come up and join me. One thing that I want to share that makes tonight also very special to me is I have a White House appointment to the Japan-U.S. Friendship Commission, and I'm also on the Colcon Commission, which is housed in the State Department. And both of these activities together represent a binational commitment to the country of Japan. And I am delighted to be representing that organization, and I'm asking them to host their next meeting, which will happen in the fall, here on our campus. And so if we are able to bring that body here from DC and really from Japan as well, because that will be a joint binational meeting, I hope that we can also include all of our wonderful humanitarians and dignitaries from the Asian American community to welcome here in the history that we commit here.
Absolutely.
So thank you both for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. We've had a lot of supportive presidents over the years at San Jose State University, but it certainly is nice to have a president who relates so directly to what the Asian American Studies and Ethnic Studies Department stands for. So thank you very much. Go ahead. We have.
Okay. Our next
She doesn't even know she's coming up.
speaker is the alumnus of the year for the Social Science Division of San Jose State University. But more importantly, she is a great activist and one of my earlier mentors. And so, you know, she's great. She researched all of our history, and she did a great job of it. And so she's going to introduce to you Mike Honda. Vicky Takeda.
President Teniente Matson, esteemed elected officials. Okay, I'll start again. Whoops. Welcome, President Tinientes Matson.
Maybe it's something buzzing. Is it this? Oh, it is this. Let's see if we take it off. Let's see.
Hello.
We'll just speak louder than the
Okay.
feedback.
Okay. My name is Vicky Takeda. I'd like to welcome Dr. Tinientes Matson, esteemed elected officials, our VP special guests, and most importantly, my esteemed activists in this room. This is one of the best welcome homes and reunions I've ever attended. So welcome. Song of the night, war of the fleas. Deep inside the jungle you will find me. War of the small, war of the flea, where the strongest bomb is human, who is bursting to be free. The call to participation in the movement has no template to follow. It's an individual calling to join in a movement that is unique to one's lived experience to that moment in time. Today, you will hear a collection of stories that will put a face to a movement that has changed and continues to change our national narrative. One that will resonate with another who reads our story in a book, in print or online, presented in film, sung in a song, viewed on the stage, or most importantly, taught in our classrooms. It will be a sea of voices that formulates a picture so another can see, feel, and connect to one another in community for an inclusive national narrative representing who we are as America and Americans. You will hear how our Asian American student movement was forged here at San Jose State. An Asian American Studies program created its core to be a philosophy to serve the community. It is this thread, serve the people, that is visible after 50+ years, a thread that connects each of you in this room as you continue to be active, vigilant, and engaged in advocating for social justice issues and lead programs and services to this day. This is a unique quality and characteristic of this generation of Asian American activists at San Jose State, and I welcome you. And I welcome Mike Honda to the stage, who will begin to tell our story here at San Jose State. Mike Honda, a San Jose State student, Peace Corps volunteer, ombudsperson at San Jose State, and because of you, I had my full-time faculty career at Foothill College. So thank you, Mike, and he's a former congressman.
Thank you, Vicki. And very quickly, we have a tight schedule, so I'll try to be succinct. But to President Teniente Matson, thank you for being here. And let me start off with that, because I think that the leadership of a university or any institution that has a sense of community makes a big difference. And it changes the whole idea of what an ivory tower looks like. So being first generation, probably the very first bilingual president that we've had at this university. Is that correct? I'll step out and say, yeah, it is. And I say that because when I look back at San Jose State back in 1959, that's when I started, before your parents were born. That's a joke. And during my tour or registration here at San Jose State started in 1959. I left San Jose State in 1965, 6 years later with a GPA of 1.999. I found out that I could not get a job with that kind of a GPA. And when you look at the transcript, you wonder, what the hell did this guy do? F's and A's, F's and A's. And it's really a reflection, I think, for me to look at. And I decided that I needed to grow up. And so I joined the Peace Corps. And in the Peace Corps, I learned that even though I thought I grew up poor, I didn't know what poverty was. And when you go to another place, another country, you see your own country in a different light, and probably in a more stark, true light. I found out that even though I was in Peace Corps, that my own government can lie to us. That the stories that my parents told me were not only true, but not only affected me and my community, but other communities since the inception of this country. And so, returning, I decided that I needed to do something that would hopefully make a difference. And I asked myself, what is it that makes you so unique? And I thought, okay, 1967, not too many Asian Americans speak Mexican. And so that uniqueness I started to use to develop, you say Spanish, I say Mexican. And I use that as a vehicle to be a change agent in a way that might trying to be a little bit unique in trying to work between Latino communities, in those days we used to say Chicano communities, and the Asian American communities, and bring that together on the campus. And it turns out that about that time, draft resistors started coming up, the student movement started happening with the Latinos. Student initiative was the Chicano movement, got involved with them. But as I was doing that, I knew that I was an Asian American. And I wanted to make sure that everything that we did in progress on this campus, we would not forget our responsibilities to the Asian American community. And so, having mentioned Mattson, I wanted to mention Dr. Robert Clark, who was a president at that time when I was a student. And he allowed a lot of things to happen under his administration. He had people around him, like Dr. Burns, Dean Martin, who eventually hired Paul Sakamoto to be a dean here on this campus that really helped impact the complexion of this campus. In fact, we had a Japanese-American doctor from the community to be part of the medical staff here for the students, which was I thought, a big move. So, and I started to look around and I started to understand certain things about this kind of a movement, ethnic studies. Here's some thoughts that I had. That ethnic studies should not become a silo. There will be a great, probably a temptation to just zero in on Asian Americanness in our history, in our contributions. But when you do that in the context of this country. Do that in the context of what's going on in other parts of our society and how we interface or how we have conflicts with other groups. Japanese Americans, Chinese Americans, Filipinos, all of our groups, Hmongs, Vietnamese, we all had our history here. But you have to take the history of Asian Americans in this country in the context within which we found ourselves and find the effort of leadership in there. We talk about the farm worker movement, and that happened actually, and probably started here at San Jose State. A James Tech graduate who I knew by the name of Luis Valdez in high school, he had a sweater vest, khaki pants, and well-groomed, and he was a ventriloquist for our campus. When I saw him again on San Jose State's 7th Street, standing on a crate with a mustache, long hair, chomping on a cigar with a sarape on his huaraches, talking about the plight of the farm workers, very few people stopped, but over time, people stopped and listened. And he started the Teatro Campesino and was one of the ones that was responsible to making sure that things happened. And those things happened in the context of Asian Americanness also, because in 1920, the Mexicans and Japanese had a labor association that fought for better wages, fought for being able to break out on company prices for foods and goods, and they were successful in their labor issues back in 1920 in Oxnard. And so Samuel Gompers invited them to join the labor movement, but he says to the Mexican leadership, he said, but you gotta leave the Chinese and Japanese out. And the Mexicanos said, we struggled together, we stood by each other, we do not leave our brothers behind. And it left the whole farm worker movement decades behind since the 1920s. And then when you come up to the 60s, and that movement started, we forgot as Asian Americans that we had a hand at leadership. And so we need to understand that even then, in the 60s, we had a Filipino leadership that started the United Farm Workers, but in voting for your leadership, the members chose Cesar Chavez. But these are the kinds of stories and kind of information that, as ethnic studies, we need to be able to put into the books. I asked the question, how did we know that Columbus discovered America? Which he didn't. But we were taught that in schools because why? Somebody wrote the book. So in ethnic studies, we have to start rewriting and re-examining our history. And this is what was the effort on my part to rewrite and understand my upbringing and finding out why did I have such low self-esteem? Why did I think that other students had more valuable things to say in the classroom? Why was I dry heaving in the bathroom a few minutes before my speech class? Because I was afraid that I might be called to say something in front of the class. I was more afraid that what I might have to say was not important and not interesting. And if that's not a picture of low self-esteem, I don't know what is. So realizing that, I started this trek to understand what it was that developed that into my being and my character and my personality. And I found out that media, all those years I grew up with the TV set, there was no faces that looked like mine. And so having people in different places in different professions is important so that youngsters who grow up can see faces that they can recognize and say, I'm part of that too. And so having a Latina president is light years ahead of what it was in the 50s. And on this campus at that time in the 50s, campus life was not for me. It was for the Greeks, fraternities and sororities. And Paul Sakamoto was one of those folks who had friends around him that tried to break the Greeks' hold on the campus life. Is this still working? Okay. And so when I look at Paul Sakamoto, I look at Paul Fong and Robert Honda, they exemplify a lot of the things I've learned for myself, about myself, because of who they were and what they allowed me to be able to do, both as a teacher, as a student, and as an employee. I got to know Paul Sakamoto because during that time, we started an EOP program with the Latinos, And we worked with the administration and fought with them to get 300 slots. And they said, we don't have students here who are not qualified. And we said that we think that there are students who did not have the chance to be qualified for college going through the high school. We think they're qualifiable. And we think that we should be able to go and recruit them. And so when I saw watching TV, I saw Warren Futatani with a stocking cap standing next to a 50 barrel with flames coming out of it, supporting the teacher strike at San Mateo Community College. And he got kicked out of school. And I said, let's recruit that guy to be a recruiter. And so he and I looked around the valley to find out, are there Asian Americans in this valley that we can go to and talk to them about getting some advice how to approach high school kids? There was only one, Paul Sakamoto. And so we went to Sunnyvale High School, and I remember going to his office, seeing this British green XKE? A Jaguar, sitting outside this window, and we walked in, got to visit with Paul Sakamoto. I said, whose car is that? He said, oh, that's mine. I said, cool. This is so cool. A single administrator, Asian American, and he's a principal, and he's in leadership position. And so all this sort of drew the string that taught me that we can be in leadership positions. We just had to work it and to make sure that we can build coalitions to be able to be there. It was mentioned that I was an ombudsman. I tried for the ombudsman position because I remember being a student and not knowing the rules, being a student that fell between the cracks and rules, and yet I felt that I was still a viable student, but I just messed up. And if I just kept on going and allowed the rules to guide my life, I would have been out of school. And so being an ombudsman, I was able to figure out through my own experience that there must be a lot of other students who have the same experience. And one of the things I did was look at the freshman class, incoming freshman class, figure out the demographics of it, find out how many Asian Americans are there. And then the next year, I looked at the same data and found that half the students who were Asian Americans were gone, disappeared, didn't know where they were. So we tried to find out where they were. We just found out that they were just too embarrassed to be able to do something to advocate for themselves because they flunked out of school. And I know that a lot of them had the same dilemma that I had, didn't know the rules. And so being able to do that, we're able to figure out how to sustain a student. And through the EOP program, we knew that we had to sustain a student with not only academic counseling, but personal counseling and peer counseling. And that in itself became a good lesson for me, because when I was at Sunnyvale High School, my master's program was around peer counseling. Well, with the caveat that if you're a girl or a person of color, you have a unique background that make you unique, but also target you sometimes for failure. And so we developed a peer counseling program with that in mind among the students at Sunnyvale High School, and found that we were able to be successful. All these things I share with you because from any one of those points, the next speakers will be able to take that point and expand it and share with you what it is that we need to do in the future as far as ethnic studies is concerned. So one, if the president of this campus runs into problems, defending and advocating on our behalf, do not be afraid to stand up with her and for her, whether you're from the community or not, because she's telling us by her presence here that ethnic studies is not all about academics, it's about the community. And that's the source of our information when you develop ethnic studies. So I challenge you to keep an eye on her, to make sure that she has the support of the community when she moves this campus forward in the area of ethnic studies. And to the student leadership, thank you for the work that you've done on behalf of all the Asian Americans in this valley. Her story goes untold so far, and it'll probably be spoken as we go through this program. So thank you for this opportunity to set the stage, I guess. But at the same time, thank you for the opportunity to see all the guys that used to hang out in front of the library, sit on top of the bench, and say, no, I'm just a yogure. And it's good to see all of you guys. And to PJ and Roy, thanks for dedicating your life and making this country a little bit more peaceful and happy, content through your music and your contribution, making taiko in its current form a truly Asian American art form.
Shorter. Thank you very much, Mike. That's kind of a hard act to follow there. But I would like to say it's 50 years, mind you. I'm very proud that I can still fit into this, because this is an authentic what was called a Mao jacket back in the day, and it was made by the Chinatown Co-op in San Francisco. I purchased it at Everybody's Bookstore. That was on Kearny Street, down in the basement of the International Hotel. And you know, much was going on in those days there, and it's part of what we, and when I say we, I mean the students, the staff here at San Jose State. Now, I actually want to have the brothers and sisters that were in that era, that went to San Jose State or not, or in the community, please stand. Tom Tan, Terry, James, Donna, guys stand up. Yeah, these, you know, we as a group, you know, became activists. And I think that one of the things that was happening, you know, all up and down the West Coast especially, East Coast as well, was that we were gaining, we had an Asian American identity. It was unheard of, even in the mid-60s. There was no such thing as an Asian American. And so that term was coined, I believe, at Cal, at Berkeley. I think it was Yuji Ichioka, the great scholar, that coined that term. And so I think that in talking with a lot of my comrades from that time, they walked into a place like San Jose State, and the one thing that they said was that they were misfits. They felt like misfits. They were musicians, artists, and they didn't seem to fit in a lot of different ways. Some came from neighborhoods and schools and things that were, there were no other Asian Americans. And so they felt very much like an island there. And so when we got together as Asian Americans, we had a number of people come into our organizations. And I think from that point, we were starting to gain this confidence in ourselves, for one thing, and we felt that there was a mission to be accomplished. And I think the first organization here at San Jose State, an Asian American, what we called Asian American, was the Asian American Political Alliance. And I really think I only see one person that may have been a part of that. There's James. Were you part of that? Yeah, James Lee. You know, many of the others aren't here. I'm thinking about a person like Russell Baba, who is a jazz taiko musician, and he was part of that. Unfortunately, Matsuo Furuyama, who was part of that, has passed away. And so there were the people that were members, and there are probably 45, 50 people on it. We have the, and I have these, the proposals themselves that were turned in. And, you know, I don't know how much they were really intending, and when I say they, I mean the administration. I don't know how much they were really intending to give us. But I do remember going into the president's office. At that point it was Hobart Burns, and there were just a small group of us Asians, and I remember we were carrying pool sticks and clubs, and we were trying to look as bad as possible. You know, I mean, it was that sort of thing, and saying, you know, we are serious, we want this to happen. And to some extent it did, because in fall of 1970 we did have an Asian American Studies program. It was a minor program, but nonetheless, I believe there were probably 8 classes or so. And so we at least got the ball rolling at that point. And many of you in this room, I had you stand up, you know, you're greatly responsible for helping us, or helping the Asian American Studies get going. So be proud of that. By the way, those scholars, you young scholars, you need to write about the history of Asian American Studies, specifically in San Jose, because all of the books about the movement that I've looked through, and there aren't a lot of them, but they don't even mention San Jose. And lots was happening here. There was, you know, a whole lot of activists and things going on, and we need to document that. And you know, so please, that's my challenge to you. Thank you. I'd like to bring up Roy. I know Roy, I didn't quite get into
One second. We're gonna switch.
I don't have as good a memory or as good a storyteller as Mike and Dan are, so I apologize. But hello to everyone. It's amazing to be here. My name's Roy Hirabayashi. I was at San Jose State. I came here in 1969, in the fall of 69. And so I don't know how many of you were here at that time, but if you remember at that time, this was a pretty crazy campus at that time. The anti-war movement was going on. There was protesting in different ways. There's all kinds of stuff happening. And a lot of us coming onto campus were just trying to discover who we were, and at the same time, I guess, coming to college, trying to get an education, supposedly. Anyways, we were here. There's so many people here. I'm so happy to see all of you. I really apologize if I don't recognize you. I'm kind of older myself. Or more importantly, if I don't remember your name, because my memory has really been slipping too. It's been really difficult for me to even kind of put this story together, because thinking back 50 plus years about what happened, it's really been an amazing kind of experience. But those times early on, as Dan and Mike was talking about, was really exciting and important times. In the early days, the Asian American movement, there was so much that happened. We really were coming together. We were defining things. We were trying to create things. We were trying to make things happen. Not really knowing how or what we really needed to do, but we really tried to come here and really make things happen in different ways. When I came on campus, again, there was a lot of turmoil going on with the anti-war movement, but I really wanted to find out, where were the other people that looked like me? Where were they? What were they doing? And I discovered groups of people like Dan, like Mike, all kinds of folks here that were actually doing things. But it was really kind of in the background of things. So it was really trying to find people and coming together. And then I discovered that there was a program that was starting up, Asian American Studies. So when it started up in the fall of 1970, I kind of jumped right into it. Actually, what happened before, that summer before that fall of 1970, there were a lot of different community organizations that were starting up in different places. San Jose, up in the East Bay, in San Francisco. I see Steve Nakajo back there. Kimochi was beginning. PJ and I were getting involved with a group that was called East Bay Sansei. It became a group called East Bay Japanese for Action, which is now a group called JSEI. So if you're from the East Bay side, that was a group that PJ and I got involved in the summer of 1970. It was an East Bay project, working with seniors. And that was some of the things that when I had that experience, coming on back onto campus in the fall, that's what I wanted to do. Figure out how, as a Japanese American, as an Asian American, really can connect and also try to do something in the community. I didn't even know before coming to San Jose that there was a Japantown. But I learned about that through friends here and working here. And so connecting with the community was really kind of that important thing. We really came here, I guess, early on to really try to do many things, as they said. But as Dan mentioned, San Jose State was really in the middle of it all. And although we weren't really recognized for that, there was so much happening here. As was mentioned, Cesar Chavez was organizing on campus. You can't forget about Tommy Smith and John Carlos, about their moment in 1968 in the Mexico Olympics. And I guess, well, I have to stop here because it amuses me that the school that here put an honor for Smith and Carlos a monument, which is really important to do. But it happens to sit where Barracks 9 used to sit. So I just have to say, we're honoring our black athletes, which is really important, but he also erased part of our Asian American history here on campus. And so that erasure of Asian American history is really what it's all about. Asian American Studies in San Jose State was really about talking about students coming together to be dedicated to really kind of put things together. We had faculty members who were basically lending their time in order to teach classes. We had people from the community come here to teach classes. I do have to thank Dr. Kichung Kim, and I don't know if his son's here. Okay. Thank you so much. Dr. Kim was an amazing person. He dedicated the start to start Asian American Studies as our first coordinator. But more importantly, he let the students really become involved and really do things here to get things going. So without Dr. Kim, we probably wouldn't be here today celebrating what we're doing here. So thank you so much for Dr. Kichung Kim and his family. But there are many others, other teachers that came from the community really to teach here on campus. Reverend Mike Morizono, George Wu, Emery Lee, Steve Nakajo's here, Sachiko Nakamura, Tsukasa Matsueda, Bill Sato's here, I believe, Bill. So unfortunately, some of these folks are gone. We've lost them, so it's really kind of sad. I do want to have to say that one person, as Dan mentioned, that's really been important is Steve Takakua. Steve was a person, not only helped us get the proposal written, but really got things going once we started to do that. I don't know how many people know, but Steve and I were roommates for 1 year. And that was a real crazy year living with Steve. He was so hard to keep up. I don't know when he slept. I don't think he did. But anyways, it was for him to be my roommate and trying to understand, what he did and how he did things, and with what I was doing. In some ways, we made a great pair and trying to organize. But at the same time, it was just amazing that I had the opportunity to work with him that way. But I do want to mention some other people who were really important. We were a lot of students, and there's so many students, and all of you here were involved with that, but I would be sad if I didn't mention some people I felt that was really kind of important, or that I was working with in an early part of the program. Steve Wong, George Custodio, I don't know if he's here, Cheryl Fong, Chris Kubo, Doreen Ishimura, Dan Kubo, and actually there's a lot of other people. But again, the students drove the program, and that's what's been really important about what this is about. I want to end here by saying, again, Asian American Studies started on campus, but we really moved into doing a lot of things that really involved the community. So it gave us opportunities to really do things that we really couldn't have probably done before, or perhaps our families before us never had the chance to even think about. So Asian American Studies here was for the students, by the students. It was also for the community and by the community. So for that, I really thank you all for joining us here today. Asian American Studies as a BA program needs to move forward. I hope that happens. All of you here need to support what Asian American Studies is for the future. So please, I know they're going to be making pitches for dollars. Please pull out your wallets and do that. So thank you so much. Next speaker up, and that's Greg Mark.
Go Greg!
And I first met Greg in the early 70s in Oakland, Chinatown, and we didn't really know each other at the time, but he was there. I don't even remember what the meeting was. So some organizing community meeting, and Greg was there. When I heard him speak, I said, we need to bring Greg down as a teacher, and it was history after that. Greg.
My first, to me, real teaching job was here. And I started off as a lecturer, like many of us do. And I remember coming in and meeting Roy, and this was my interview. When can you start? I was thinking, I've been in higher education for over 50 years now, and I was thinking, wow, this is going to be pretty easy. But believe me, it's not that way. And then I taught my first class, 150, where's Roy? Remember 150? Wednesday night. So I was on Almaden picking up my dad, he was at my sister's. So a sports car came up real fast, went up in the air, rolled over. And this is after my first night teaching here. And I was wondering, is this forecasting my future? But it was, a real positive thing. And my topic is the institutionalization of Asian American studies, but that's not really my topic. My topic really is student community mobilization, because that's what was really happening. And we did a number of things that were amazing, and my short time as director here was 5 semesters. And but it was an incredible time period. I have never worked with a group of students that many evolved into becoming staff, like here. It was just really amazing. And so those of you who are from that time period, what are we talking about, 73 to 76? Could you please stand up or raise your hand? And one of them's Paul, the fullback. We did things, right, Carolyn, that were pretty amazing. So one thing that we did is we took over the president's office. And you know what he did? We had a moving picket line down there. And we had the TV, the news on. We went into the office, and he was hiding in his office from us. And said he was too busy to talk to us, And so, okay, and then that was May of 75. And then we had the negotiation meetings of working out. We wanted more FTE. It was really big time. From 2.0 to we were to 1.5. That what they were trying to cut us back. So we wanted something like 2.5. And then we wanted more space. So we wanted to enlarge the barracks to be more than just one unit, to be a community of units. And of course, we talked of and we related to the barracks as a sense of pride. And really we identified with the barracks in many different ways. And I remember coming on board and what I mean community mobilizing, okay, we need staff. We had this crazy, wonderful person, Jody. Everyone remembers Jody, right?
Sumimoto?
Sumimoto, yeah. I know you remember her, right? So, but I guess Roy had worked it out. We got some work study position. That was Jody. And I thought that wasn't enough. And so we mobilized the students, worked with different students from our classes and some of the students' clubs. And there was one member of the community who really stepped up and came forward. And that was Ann Saito here. And we raised money. Yeah. And with the money we raised, we went to financial aid. And those days, right, work study program paid 80%. You had to come up with 20%. That's where the 20% came. And we created a staff, probably about 4 or 5 student workers from fundraisers like that. But that was our very first one. And in fact, I think it was that one or another one, we had raffles. Is that legal today?
You follow all the right rules. It's
Yeah.
legal.
Well, we just ignored the rules,
Yeah.
so I didn't know. But what we did, we went around trying to get donations. And so I don't know if some of the old timers remember, we got 2 free tickets to Hong Kong as our ride from a travel agency, and that was the top prize. So we hit it pretty good in doing that. But that was just one tiny example of community mobilization. When we, when the administration wanted to cut us back, we had a friend working in the president's office. Who told us when the president was going to be there. Why should we take over the office and he's not there? His name was Bunzel, Jack Bunzel. Is his name written on the walls or anything? I'm sure, yeah. Anyhow, so we decided that we'll negotiate for the increase in space and positions with the president and the AVP at that time, Perry Burns, and we decided to do it in the barracks in July, which there's no air conditioning, and the tinfoil roof, so it would get really hot. So if it's 90 degrees outside, it's probably like 105 degrees inside. And so I know, Paul, we reminisced about this. I mean, you remember that one, right? And we had a community board, and the community board member, one of them, called out the president because he made a big mistake. He started opening his mail in front of us. Yeah, which is an insult to us. You're not taking us seriously. So he grew to, I think, respect us more. I guess maybe a little fear of us, but we handled ourselves with dignity and, to me, the right way. And so I remember a day or two afterwards, some guy came up to the barracks, and a non-Asian American, I'll just leave it at that, and he said, yeah, let's go around, break some windows, let's do this and this. And I had just gone through a few years earlier the Third World Strike at Berkeley, and I was really disappointed at the end of our strike because we lost control of our strike. And a lot of the street people from Telegraph Avenue and so on would come in, and they were the ones breaking the windows, burning Wheeler Auditorium, if any of you may remember that. And so I remember saying this to him, and I think it's important for the students today to remember this, is, you know, thanks for your interest in supporting us, but you don't tell us what to do. We decide what we want to do, and you can support us, but you don't tell us what to do. I never saw the guy again. But, you know, that's the type of building block. And then we did, and then in that extra space, we got a hold of, we decided to open up, where's PJ? What was it called? Library or resource room?
Reading resource room.
A reading resource room. And in doing so, we got the space and with no budget. So how do you create a library? And in those days, there were very few books on Asian Americans. And so we got out the stationery, we wrote letters, and we got free books coming in. And then another person who really stood out, I hate to mention his name again, but Steve Takokua. Steve was my dear friend. And we lost him, and sorry. But I would give him credit for the reading room, resource room, because somehow we find dissertations. And there's one on the Alaska salmon industry, and I think the Filipino involvement in that industry. And all of a sudden, when we identify it, we would have 2 copies, and it was that thick. And Steve spent nights duplicating it when certain offices were closed. He had access. So we were very creative in our time period. And so I like to acknowledge Wendy and Christopher, you know, Steve's wife. And I understand some things were thrown out in this resource room that we worked really hard to reestablish. Where's Steve Dwight?
Don't hide, Steve.
Oh, okay. So Steve rescued a lot of them out of the garbage bins, right? And so to resupply it, this is what we used to use for our readings. Remember? We didn't have books like this now, right? Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, a historical community overview. Of course, I'm plugging a book that we did, but anyhow. But this is what we had, right? A collection of readings. So if we can kind of reestablish it and put this in, I appreciate it. And I think that just tells a little story of how special the students were at that time period. And one alumni that we recently lost is Steve Yamaguma, and he did the design work. Any flyer, any poster, Steve would do that. So I appreciate you guys listening to these little vignettes, but hopefully they tell a much bigger story of how Asian American Studies was built by students, faculty, and community members. And so when I left San Jose State to move to Hawaii, I was wondering, what are we going to do? Who's the best person to take over the interim? I think Jiro didn't want to do it, if I remember right. And so who do you think we decided? who became the interim program coordinator, and that was PJ. So PJ.
Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome.
My notes, and I'll try to be as succinct as possible, but as you have heard all these stories, I mean, there's just so much here that things were built on. We take for granted. We don't hear about it. Well, after having to follow Greg, I came in. And I served as the acting program coordinator from 1977 to 79. And so Greg appointed me to take this position, and as he was checking out a possible position at Chaminade in Hawaii. It was fortuitous for his ramp up in teaching, and but it was a big loss for our Asian American Studies program because of the energy, his commitment, and his convictions, his contributions. So in 1978-79, we pursued a nationwide search for a full-time program coordinator and instructor. So how did I step into this position of acting program coordinator for Asian American Studies? I was only a graduate student, not even a college instructor, and I asked Greg for the first time just the other day, why did you select me? And I pulled it out at him. He said, because you were the best, responsible and hardworking. But that's not really true. It's because he knew that our core values came from our early years of Asian American movement work that we experienced in the Bay Area. So, Greg, I'm very touched by your comments. So, fast forward backwards. In 1974, I had just returned from living in Japan for 1 year, exploring my Japanese culture and roots, only to find that I was still marginal, not accepted in America, not accepted in Japan. And I entered San Jose State for a graduate program in urban and regional planning, not because I wanted to be an urban planner, nor did I know what the heck urban planning was. It was because Mike Honda, who asked Roy if he knew anybody who might want a job and apply for minorities in planning internship. Thinking it was a job, I applied. I was told that the review committee just loved my credentials and my involvement in Asian American Studies at Cal State Hayward and at UC Berkeley, and also the community organizing experience that I had. But I had to be a student in the grad program for urban planning. And that's how I came through the back door in becoming a student again. So as soon as I was accepted to San Jose State and the urban planning program, I immediately connected to the Asian American Studies Barracks and helped with the development of the Reading and Resource Room. I found that the barracks to be a welcoming drop-in center where so many dedicated students who are here today hung out to support Asian American Studies and Greg and other student-initiated projects. This period of time while Greg was coordinator, I was working on my urban planning thesis on San Jose, Japantown, its past and its potential future. I also was immersed in community work in Japantown and also in the development of San Jose Taiko to find our voice and a cultural expression through the taiko drum. So, when I stepped into the acting coordinator role in 1977, I began teaching where I had the most experience, the Asian American Communities class, and individual studies, where students could receive credit doing work in the community. During this period of time, we were witnessing and experiencing the impact created by the activism of the Asian American movement and student-led movements. Here, locally, during this time, we saw the formations of organizations such as Asian American Community Involvement and UICAI, Asian Law Alliance, and so forth. This is what was really burgeoning in the community. It has always been important for Asian American studies to connect, advocate, and to serve our Asian American communities. Serve the People programs to target sectors such as youth, seniors, and workers, uplifting the movement's purpose with power to the people and empowerment. Serve the people. These were the driving forces for self-determination, self-reliance, cooperative coalitions for positive social change. This was the work ethos. It was like the reliance on one's own powers and resources rather than those of others. To serve the people by serving others, we challenged the complacency of the social order. And we led by example by leading with our heart. You can look inward and recognize what kind of energy we're putting forth and recalibrate ourselves so that the impact can evolve our collective energy into something that creates the positive change we all want to see in the world. Through creating leadership for service to others, not being served by others, being of service without expectation of reciprocation, and being resourceful and able to make the most of what you have, being willing to take risks and put yourself out there on the line. Nowadays, we might call that being scrappy and lean. Asian American Studies wanted students to expand their education beyond the borders of the university walls, to learn stories directly from the people in the community, to experience what it is to serve the people, and encourage them to return to communities with the skills and knowledge they acquire from their university studies. This is truly a quality of serve the people. So I'd like to welcome to the podium Dr. Hendo and also Joe and Bondala for the next decade.
Asian American Studies. It is, first of all, thank you so much, all of you, for sharing your stories. It has been such an illuminating evening. It is my great honor to introduce you to a dear friend and colleague, Dr. Hien Do. A beloved and well-respected faculty member, Dr. Do, will be discussing the continued legacy of our growing program.
Thank you, Pam. So I wanted to begin this talk by suggesting the view from DMH. So welcome all of you who are back. Hopefully this is one of those field buildings that are still on campus so that you remember us. And I wanted to start with a quote that I want to paraphrase, which goes, "We make our own history, but we do not make it just as we please. We do not make it under circumstances chosen by ourselves, but under circumstances directly encounters given and transmitted from the past." And so I came here 30 years ago as a junior faculty, idealistic and committed to the idea of Asian American Studies. And for the last 30 years, I wanted to share with you what I have observed being here. So the first observation is that unlike the amazing work that these folks have done, when I came here, Asian American Studies was sort of directed toward serving a different types of students. We began to be serving general education and began to be service-driven. And part of that, I think, had to do with the economy, right? We wanted, and it was a deliberate sort of act, to get students in the seats because Asian American Studies was not being supported, was not being provided the resources, and therefore those who came before me, Ray Liu, Wendy Ng, and others, decided that we're going to make sure that we exist with simply making sure that we have students in the seats. That can result in a couple of things. One is that it created a fight, sort of a competition between different departments because they also wanted students in their seats, and so we had to do this competition. It also diluted the curriculum, so the way that PJ, Greg, Roy, everybody who's talked about this, it made it so that we were forced in some ways cover part of the things that we had to cover, not the things that we wanted to cover necessarily. So that became an issue because what that led to was this catch-22. We had amazing faculty members, dedicated faculty members who inspired the students. And after taking our classes, they would say, what's next? And what's next was, well, we only had a minor. And because of the way the institution worked, we didn't have the capacity to really create our own space. This also became a catch-22 because we were asked many times to submit and become department status. But the university came back and suggested that we couldn't because we didn't have the numbers. So all of us were teaching all these GE classes and we couldn't do that. So all this led to this idea that we, at least I observed that there was a lack of knowledge, there's a lack of understanding from the institution, which kind of resulted in a lack of vision, of support, and courage to actually develop Asian American Studies. And I'm going to give you like 3 sentences that our former deans sort of said. One, that those of us who are faculty would say, benign neglect. One other one says, well, we want incremental changes. The third one said, we will follow the vote of the majority. And for those of you who know about voting, there's this thing called the tyranny of the majority, which means that those of us who are in the minority will never get what we need to get. And yet, we survived. This is the uplifting part of this. The question you are asking is how and why. The answer simply is, you just heard it. Because we had these amazing folks that laid the foundation for us. Because we understood the reasons why ethnic studies was created, we continue to believe in the vision and the goal of Asian American Studies. We were a committed group of people, those of us who worked here, and there are many, Joel Frank, Steve Doi, Alex Yamato, Wendy Ng, I can name all of them, were committed, and yet we did not get the support. Our students, though, is the second reason why we survived, because they continue to inspire us, they continue to challenge us, and yet also frustrate us, all the while reminding us why we do this work. So in the 30 seconds I have left, I'm speaking to those in positions of power. I hope with our new president, with our new dean, thank you for being here, that we will be able to finally realize the importance of Asian American Studies in general, but also ethnic studies. This is a wonderful place for that to take place. And I wish that you would do that. This is going to be what San Jose State is going to be known as. Thank you.
It's always a joy to see Ken so fired up. So thank you so much for that, Ken. Next, it is my honor and great joy to introduce our newest faculty member, Dr. Trung Nguyen, who many of you have been asking about the current state of Asian American Studies, and Trung will be updating us on that.
55 years. I want y'all to think about that. 55 years since 1968, and that is where we are today. 55 years since the birth of ethnic studies, and that's 55 years of struggle and resistance in this room today. Since then, What we have is, with the passage of AB 1460 just 3 years ago, Asian American Studies has never been stronger at San Jose State. And that took the effort of students and faculty organizing, just like they did 55 years ago, to make that happen. Where we are now is that we are at the verge of becoming a major at San Jose State. And that is because of all of the work you all have put in today, okay? And the fact that you are still here today allows us to believe that what we want to see is 55 more years of Asian American Studies. And so my colleague Sahar Nojan, who was going to come present with me, couldn't be here, she wanted to say as well that one thing she wanted to see develop, one vision for Asian American Studies that we've never seen before, was to develop the SWANA major, the Southwest Asian and North African Studies major. So this is just a taste of what it can be, okay? But to see Asian American Studies continue for another 55 years will require the ongoing support of everyone in here, the students, the faculty, and the alumni, and the community, okay? So, to see the continued impact of Asian American Studies as it is on this campus today, 55 years later, I want to introduce some of the student speakers in Asian American Studies today to share what they have learned from all the work you've done, okay? So let's have the students come on.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Dr. Nguyen. So, hello everyone. My name is Kayla Lay, and I am a second-generation Vietnamese immigrant. Here at SJSU, I'm a second-year forensic biology major with a minor in Asian American Studies. Woo! And I'm also a community organizer at the brand new Center for Asian Pacific Islander Student Empowerment. So growing up here in Upper East Side, San Jose, I was fortunate enough to grow up in a predominantly Vietnamese community, and I was always able to feel seen in my identity. However, being visible, I've learned, is a double-edged sword, as there were also issues of gang violence, mass incarceration, and deportation that plagued my community. The reason why I pursue forensic biology and Asian American Studies together is to understand the impacts of over-policing, mass incarceration, and deportation on API communities, especially Southeast Asian refugee communities like my own. Moreover, I aim to combat the disproportionate targeting of communities of color in fields of criminal justice and forensic science. In forensic science particularly, there is a real issue of privacy for communities of color, as familial DNA profile databases retain a disproportionate amount of genetic information from individuals of color. If this continues, then forensic science will easily replicate and exacerbate racial disparities in law and incarceration. In my career, I hope to work with anti-incarceration activists and organizations to put an end to these practices. Through Asian American Studies and working at Capise, I've been lucky enough to expand my knowledge about the intersections of race and carcerality through critical dialogue, educational resources, and community connections. Last semester, for my community oral histories class with Dr. Kwan, I was able to have a conversation with PJI, the community advocate at the Asian Prisoner Support Committee, or APSC, about his experiences as a former youth sentenced to life in prison, as a former ICE detainee at risk of deportation, and as the community advocate currently at APSC. From that conversation and through my Asian American Studies classes, I've learned a lot about how to support incarcerated API folks who often face risk of deportation through legislative advocacy, accessible education, and community building practices. As I continue on my journey as a community organizer and a forensic scientist, I hope that I can continue to have these conversations with individuals and communities impacted by mass incarceration and deportation, and I hope to institutionalize ethnic studies education, restorative justice, and community healing as alternatives to policing in our communities. I am so eternally grateful for the opportunities that Asian American Studies and Capise have provided for me, and I am so excited to see how we continue to grow for years to come. Tita.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tita Ngo, and I want to be a doctor. Surprising, right? Growing up, I knew that in the future, what I wanted to do was to be able to help people, and healthcare seemed like the way to go for me. As you may know, there's a lot of training that goes into being a medical professional with a really heavy focus on topics such as biology, organic chemistry, and all the wonderful things that I lie awake thinking about at night at 3 a.m. Which makes a lot of sense. You deal a lot with other human beings, and you have to be able to understand them. But as I move further and further into my academic career, I've noticed that there's an obvious lack of ethnic studies, particularly ones that focus on community outreach and community building. And here's the problem. You deal a lot with other human beings. You have to be able to understand them. Growing up as a queer Asian kid in a Cambodian immigrant household means I belong to a lot of different communities. And communities like that, I've been so lucky to have the support and care of, because that is what a community does. A community helps learn from each other, helps uplift each other, and we're able to support each other by standing on the shoulders of our elders to look forward to the future. But what happens when you aren't able to support the community? Within the realm of healthcare, marginalized communities are severely underserved, and even if they have access to healthcare, rampant discrimination means that there is a severe chance of getting improper treatment, which means drastic consequences as a result. That means people's moms, dads, grandparents, and siblings who aren't getting the proper care that they deserve. That means a higher rate of illness and a lower standard of care. And most importantly, it means a community that isn't getting the support it needs to thrive. That is why having Asian American studies and ethnic studies in general is such an important part of learning to properly care for the community. It provides a strong foundation for community care by bringing it back to the people, making sure that community needs are heard and most importantly are met. Making sure that we are able to reach out to the community and provide accessible, non-discriminatory care that builds up the community and its people and is absolutely crucial to moving the medical field forward. So when I'm lying awake tonight, thinking about the OCHEM midterm yesterday that I probably failed, that was a joke, I do know I will be prepared for the future. I know that whatever I specialize in, I'll be able to serve and support my community, doing what we really all should be doing on a day-to-day basis. Because in the end, supporting one another, treating each other with compassion and care can have such long-lasting and widespread effects. It can lead to proper care for marginalized communities, and especially communities that have been forgotten or mistreated in the past can be given the resources and support that they need to thrive. Because remembering that we're all human beings that deserve kindness and respect should be the foundation of how we move healthcare forward. Because a little humanity goes a long way. Thank you for your time. All right, and now I would like to have the honor of passing it on to Nina. Woo!
Hi everyone. Wow, I'm right now like shaking and like sweating because I'm in a room with legends, like people that I've read in books. I've talked with folks. Ooh, so I'm already getting emotional. I haven't even started talking yet. Anyways, so yeah, I just want to apologize in case I mess up because I'm really nervous talking to a lot of my role models here.
You got this.
Thank you. During the uprisals happening at San Jose State in the 1970s, there was a young man from Taiwan who came to America to pursue higher education in engineering. At the same time, sorry, I'm getting emotional now. During the same time, a young woman from Malaysia came to San Francisco, to USF, to pursue a degree in business. They later met in the Bay Area, raised 2 young daughters, raising them in Fremont, California. They brought them to Chinese school, taught them about the different cultural foods that from their hometowns, and
and they raised me. And I stand here today as the first Chinese American woman, the third Asian American woman, first Taiwanese American, and first Malaysian American person to serve as Associate Student Body President. And I couldn't have been here without them, without the support, and also without their pride. Their pride in their heritage, pride in their culture, and making sure to pass it down to their children. So how did I start here at San Jose State? I chose San Jose State because I wanted to find a place that had a legacy of social justice, a place where I could find myself and also kind of learn into what the term was of Asian American. I learned first about the term in high school when I was in a graphic designs class. They asked me to do a project on like something about my community. So I look up like Asian girl. I'm like, I don't know what should I look up into, whatever. And I come across the term Asian American. And I go to the Google Images because it's a graphic design class. And I see pictures of folks during the Third World Liberation movement, like at Berkeley, at San Jose State. And I was amazed. I was like, first off, why haven't I seen this in my textbook? Second off, why am I learning about it now? So I go to San Jose State. I'm this shy Asian American girl, shy little youngster, and I have to take this GE class, 33A. So it's the first day of class. I like walk into Clark, and I sit in the back of the class, like super shy. I didn't know what to expect. It's the first day of college, like I don't know what to do. And Dr. Doe comes up and starts to speak, and talks about the syllabus, and talks about this topic, 33A Asian American Studies. And I left that room with a fire in my chest. Like, first off, wow. Dr. Doe does this amazing talk about Asian American studies, as he always does, about our community, and I left that room fired up. And I started coming back to the class sitting in the front row, like wanting to listen, eager to learn more. And later on, I take this 33B about a year later during 2020. And again, I'm fired up in this class. Now it's on Zoom, so I'm like in my room, like on laptop, and I'm like watching Zoom. Dr. Doe's saying this amazing lecture. And during that time, it was the height of anti-Asian hate during COVID. And I also started my time in student government. I was talking with my friends about what was happening in the world, and we were kind of shocked and not really knowing what to do. I asked Dr. Doe after class, I said, Dr. Doe, why isn't there a center on campus? Is there a space for us besides this class? Because I've been feeling seen here, but is there anything more? And he told me, he educated me about the past activism of this room, and how long it has taken for us to even have a minor, and how the advocacy that it has taken to have a center that wasn't established yet. Later on in that semester, we started a protest. We have a protest. We talked about not only about stopping AAPI hate, but also sparking dialogue in our community of having a space, a dedicated space on campus. I write with a couple of friends in our AS Lobby Corps Committee a resolution to call upon our university to dedicate a space, which is now Capise. And from there, it just sparked more. I mentioned that I'm Associate Student Body President, so I'll tell you a little bit more about how that came to be. In my term as Vice President, I was talking with a bunch of folks about advocating for more cultural holidays and more representation on campus. And we hear about this rumor. We hear about how Uchida Hall was used as a processing center during Executive Order 9066. And during that time, I was taking Dr. Kwan's class, and I reached out to her asking, hey, Dr. Kwan, what is the information that we have on our campus? I'm curious to know what's going on, and I just want to know, down to the business. I want to know this history. And then we book an appointment with the special archives in the library. And in this library, we sit down at this table, and they wheel out 7 big black boxes. And in these boxes are packets of information on our students, the photos of the Japanese club, like lists and dissertations and theses written during that time. And I remember leaving that space
and I went into the MLK bathroom and started crying. In that moment, I was angry. I was angry. How could I be a student here in this institution and not know the history of the people that look like me? So we started an exhibit. We started this digital exhibit, documenting what we found in the box. Thank you. Whoever put this on the table was very smart. We started this exhibit, a digital exhibit, of what was in these 7 black boxes. We had this table at the AAS house, and I was introduced to Vicky Takeda. And I was just amazed by how much history that our students currently still do not know. I still to this day kind of think about the contradictory identity I have. Being an Asian American woman, coming from a family of immigrants, serving the institution that incarcerated people that looked like me. Right? So, in Asian American studies, these classes are so important for us, not only to reckon with our history here, but to reckon with ourselves, to spark up this fire inside us with our identities. I've had the privilege in my term as president to really focus on making sure our institution commemorates this history, honors this history, and says it. This information, this history hidden in the 7 black boxes is now on display. It's for our community to learn and to recognize. So I had the privilege and the honor of working with folks in this room to write a sense of Senate resolution to honor and recognize Day of Remembrance, having an annual day on our campus to educate ourselves on this history on this campus, but also to really gather in our community. In this resolution, it's just ode to written history. It's history that has not been written yet, right? We have, the beginning of what Day of Remembrance is, and the next couple pages is special individuals in this room and who have passed that have contributed not only to San Jose State, but the nation. And formally recognizing these folks in that room. And at the end of this resolution, there's these resolve clauses. Number 1, there's a recognizing Day of Remembrance on our campus. Number 2, the construction of a mural outside of Uchida Hall. And number 3, construction of a monument. I wouldn't have been able to be in this space, standing and talking to y'all, or even just advocating on the system-wide and the local level, if it wasn't for Asian American Studies. If we're asking that question, asking why. Why aren't we seen yet? Why don't I feel seen yet? Why aren't we represented yet? And I just urge you all to really, first off, thank you all first for your advocacy, your continued effort in helping people like me, helping me and Tita, Kayla, Algessia, to be in this space, to be able to learn about identities. We're so grateful for you, and I will end on a quote by Susan Hayase, who said in a panel for our exhibit, said that there's a saying that goes, we stand on the shoulders of giants, but I like to think we stand shoulder to shoulder, advocating together and walking together to advocate for the next generation. Because we're here right now. I'm standing on y'all's shoulders because y'all are the giants and the legends, but also I'm standing next to you. All right, and I'm so eternally honored to be in this space, to share with you our history and to be in history today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, being here at the Big Chill 2, it's been interesting to listen to all the stories here. I was reassured and proud, and Paul and I looked at each other during the mention of the barracks, and just remembering how much that was such a social center, as well as kind of a learning center for everybody. But for all the pride that I felt in hearing about what's been accomplished, I have to say that Kayla, Tita, and Nina, you make me feel very good about looking to the future. So that's very nice. Taylor, you were so specific about some of the things that you were talking about. I was very impressed by what you're going to do as a community organizer. And also, too, all the students have such big individual goals. So to be able to still maintain that community activism, that feeling of wanting to do that, that is pretty rare. Tita, I can't even imagine somebody wanting to do as much as you want to do and still try to be a doctor. It's amazing. I hope your parents have gotten over the disappointment of you wanting to be a doctor. It's such an unusual goal for parents to have for their Asian kids. Right? And Nina, by the way, Nina is going to be a guest on Asia Pacific America to talk about what she's talking about. So all I really need you to do is just say what you said up here again. Okay? And also, too, Nina made some history by breaking down so many barriers by being the student body president and representing so many people here. But she wasn't the first. We have a person here who is a friend and hero of mine who was the first student body president while he was here at San Jose State, went on to an illustrious career in journalism, and is just a great guy and also very much in tune with the community. And he is here, and we want to recognize him. Vic Lee! Hey. Great to see you, Vic. We used to run into each other a lot of stories, but we don't get to as much since you retired, so it's great to see you here. But again, he represents what we've been talking about, right? There's a legacy here at San Jose State, and we need to remember that. There's a lot of history to embrace, but there's future goals still to be achieved. And like I said, we have the pioneers that are here, like Paul and everybody else, but to have the young people here looking ahead with such great goals, it's very, very inspiring. So thank you.
There are tissue napkins on the table. That's compliments of our steering committee member, Carolyn Morimoto. You were right. But she not only did that for us, but she actually researched and did her private investigation and found most of you. It was amazing how she was able to locate you and find you. And so thank you, Carolyn, for doing that. Also point out that many of the founders of the FASA group is here, the Filipino Associated Student Association. Can you please stand? The FASA group. Okay, our next speaker is also a steering committee member. She's also the president-elect of the Asian American Studies Alumni Association. We're formed as part of a network, and Yodana Yomori Kaku.
Okay, I'm sure you've heard a lot, and there's more to be continued. I hope we have gatherings that are twice as large. I know that Paul was very instrumental in recruiting me. When you get a call from Paul, you're going to say, well, what do I need to do? If you get a call from Vicki, you better do it too. And I'm sure if Yvonne calls you, and I would like to add my name. I hope when I call on you, you too will say, what do you need? What do you want from me? Right, Robert? Okay. That's right. So my little spiel here is we've got you excited, right? We've got some history. It sounds like a Netflix movie. Somebody needs to write the book. We've got a weekly series going on for those students, and weekly and decades. But we need to start to be recognized with that Asian American Studies, and this is a little bit different, Asian American Studies Network. So we're going to go under the umbrella of San Jose State's Alumni Association with the intent that we're focused in on raising funds for scholarships, for continuing, I call it, I hate to say, being a watchdog. The Asian anti-hate, that caught me. Like, what? We're not in a good place anymore? Okay, we need to be vigilant. Even though work has been done, the work still needs to be continued. And it needs to be continued by all of us. I've had people ask me, where was the community when Japanese Americans were incarcerated? And they weren't there. They weren't speaking up. There were a few Quakers, But I answer with, wouldn't it have been great if more people had spoken up and stood with us? And I ask all of you to also do that, regardless. Whether you came to what's at Deanne's? If you went to San Jose State, I assumed a lot of you, I was going to have you stand up, but it might be getting you too excited for dinner time. So I'm going to just ask you to stay. So all of you that, went to San Jose State, I took my Asian American Studies class and I thought, well, we only learned about Chinese, Filipino, and Japanese American. The history has been expanded. We've got new immigrants. So we need to continue that. We need to support, the advocacy for that major, to be recognized, that it can be a degree. And I want all of us here, and I use the word us, not me, only us, and I will commit to take a class in Asian American Studies. We can do it by Zoom. I think, Yvonne, you were going to check into that, right? So that we need to continue. I retired, but you still need to keep the brain going. It's been a while since I've taken a class, but I hope that you will, too, help San Jose State grow and show that there is an interest. So showing that interest, we took the liberty of putting on the table, Yvonne had mentioned the t-shirt's not ready. So the envelope is for you to put in $5 for that free shirt, or you can pick it up, and the information is on your program flyer. And it's the barracks, you've seen the design, and so that will be in May. Also, we're asking for your input. So to continue on, we need your names, your email, your address, so that we can keep in contact with you. Whether you're joining the Alumni Network, 2, they're looking for other people to contact. We are. Photographs. Maybe you've got some photographs. You haven't thought about it, but when you do that spring cleaning, look. You've got some books that you are sitting on your, bookstore. Are you going to read it? No? Then give it. Donate it, I'm sure, in that sense. I was going to bring my Roots copy, and I'll have to do that the next time. But I'm sure the cost of a book is a lot less than what the students have to pay today. So that scholarship is another thing. You heard students that are currently in. I'd like to think that we can help future students, make it a little bit more convenient with the cost of living, etc. And how do you balance working and being a full-time student, etc. So if we, we just got our COLA and Social Security 8%, put aside some money. I was doing that. $5 a week, that's $250 in a year. So it won't hurt too much, right? Okay, so money's an offer. Time is another factor, If you have time to help us, you can be the next, I use the word Nancy Drew on Carolyn, but we need to find people. This room, I know a lot of you are in your 60s and 70s, but we need to find those students that took Asian American Studies that are in their 50s or, 40s. Where are they? And the 30-year-olds. And hopefully the instructors now will be able to, keep in contact. So anyway, if you have any questions, again, please fill out the envelope. This envelope is for your t-shirt if you want it shipped to you, or a donation to the Asian American Studies program. The alumni form is filled out, and we'll deal with you a little bit later. We are not recognized officially. We still have, so I'm just the interim president, and we're looking for additional board members, people of interest, or if you've got resources. So please indicate that, and ultimately it goes in the white folder. All right? So thank you. And Vicki, you're going to come in?
Wait, but Donna, we have a few more. Let's stream.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we're not finished. After dinner, we have to get out early, but I know you guys, party animals. We are going to party over at 4th Street Bowl, right? So no, we're not going bowling. There's a lounge there. So you can have a drink or two, since this is a non-alcoholic event. Show your true animal spirit here. And then the after party on Saturday, again, 4th Street Bowl, free parking. I think that's part of the reason. And also, on Saturday, they have good fried rice. You can get a little breakfast or a cup of coffee, and a chance to talk more with people, because I know we had limited time here. Okay, did I go? Oh, and please sign that poster board. We want all the attendees, and that will be a commemorative thing along with all the awards that Asian American Studies will have. So looking forward to working with you, seeing you, and continue. Please take care of your health. Self-care is very important. Okay?
Thank you, Ivana. All right, Vicky's going to come on and we're going to have a break for dinner pretty soon. Just want to add one personal note because my daughter is the lead in her school musical. All right. And yes, Into the Woods. Anybody know that play? She's the baker's wife. And so anybody that saw a Facebook posting of mine, she's doing great. But her final 2 performances are tonight and tomorrow. So I'm going to come at intermission tonight for her performance because I did not want to miss this event. But that's the only reason why I would leave is because of something like that. So anyway, I want to thank everybody on behalf of Paul. Mike Inouye will take my place. It's like an anchor switch. Anyway, but I wanted to thank everybody personally for coming out here and making this such a great event. And again, it's great to be thinking about the past, looking at the present, and looking ahead to the future. And it's great to see that all the people in here are going to be so involved in all of that. So thank you very much. Vicki?
Thank you so much, Robert. All right, so I'm going to explain how we're going to serve dinner. As you can tell, this room is packed. And so, Vicki is going to call out the table numbers, and behind us in room 3B are our boxed dinners. There are 3 areas. One is vegan, vegetarian. One is gluten-free, they're labeled. And then also chicken, which is halal. And everyone gets a box salad and also a hot meal. So you're going to take 2 boxes with you. There's also bottled Snapple and water, and also plasticware as well. So, and if you can, we're in a tight ship, running a tight ship, so we'd love to come back here as soon as possible so that we can do the awards. So we would love for you to mingle, but there's the after party. All right, Vicki, hand it off to you.
All right, this room's a little packed, so the way we're gonna do it, because we need to feed our MCs, is this table.
You want 5 more minutes?
That's all you got.
Okay, I see. I'm hoping to take less than 5. All right. Oh, there is. And put them in the smaller envelope. There's a smaller envelope on the table. It looks like this. All right, and this is the sign in and also the sign up for the t-shirts, and also there's information there about the t-shirts, especially if you want it shipped to you, and then also if you would like to join the Asian American Studies Alumni Network, along with, lastly, if you would like to donate to Asian American Studies. That I just got word, we have our interim dean in the back room there, at the back of the room there, Heather Latimer. Dr. Latimer does so much, so much. She's also the dean of the College of Education.
Oh.
She does both.
All right.
All right. And I got word that Dean Latimer is willing to match donations up to $5,000. And if you're interested in donating a greater amount than $5,000, we of course welcome it. I think Evan, where are you at? Evan, oh there he is. Stand up, Evan. You tower above us. Please speak with Evan Smallwood here. All right, thank you so much, Evan. Wow. All righty, so the next portion of our show is the awards. Uh-oh. All right, and with this, I'm going to bring up my co-MC, Mike Noe.
Gotta work for my food. Come on, Mike.
Woo!
No food.
Woo, let's do this. All right, Mike, I'm going to have you introduce yourself because, you know.
Show us how it's done, Mike.
Show us how it's done.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mike Noe. The reason I call that out is because, as Robert said, when I am so honored and arrive on scene sometimes, people say, Robert! And I feel very lucky that they think that I look as good as this young man right here. Robert, just so you know, I got out of the car at an event, was just outside Japantown, San Jose, over the weekend for Nikkei Matsuri. And I get out of the car and someone comes walking down the street, Rob Maeda! That's our meteorologist. So this is good news, though, ladies and gentlemen, because at a time before, when we were growing up, there weren't many of us on air, and some of the first who we've seen on air who blazed the trail for us are in this room right now. And now, Robert, not only are they mistaking us for people on the same channel, but we're all Japanese. So they know.
They're getting close.
They know, exactly. So that was great. So we've come a long way, folks. So this is good. We're glad to be here. I have to confess something. This is an alumni reunion. I am not an alum from San Jose State. Yeah. Robert?
So, ladies and gentlemen,
I thought he was going to have my back, instead he cut in front of me. I will tell you, though, I did take one summer school class here at San Jose State. And I passed it, so I think that counts for being an alum, I guess, a bit. And well, yes, is it? Okay, thank you, Doctor. And also, I'll have you know that I have long been a fan, admirer of people, projects, and accomplishments. How are you? And accomplishments that have come from this campus over the years. But tonight, due in no small part, Yvonne, to your work and Vicky's work, and the ability that you've had to take the 55 years and put it into a concise lesson today, that I learned my history with context. And I have to say, I have never been a bigger fan of San Jose State, or more envious of anybody who can call themselves an alum from this place, having been associated with this program. So thank you for teaching me what I should have known was right in my backyard. And moving forward now, that's another one of my goals, is to make sure that this place, they put a pin in it. Okay?
Thank you so much for that, Mike. And we can call you an honorary Spartan.
I'll
How's
take
that?
it. I'll
How's
take
that?
it.
All right. Woo! I hear you're a Bruin.
Oh, wait. But I went to Mountain View High School. We are the Mountain View High School Spartans.
All right. Okay, you didn't fully Bruin your life. Just kidding. I'm a Bruin as well. I got my master's there. It's okay. We can make fun of ourselves. Because, also, I hope we have time for this, but I have a little bit of a silly awards, if you would indulge me.
Whatever.
Okay.
I'll read the names. You put the list.
Here we go.
It's a grab bag. Who knows what comes out? This is for, LaDonna.
LaDonna.
All right.
LaDonna here is our visionary, right, for our Alumni Association. So thank you so much, LaDonna. Hey, joining me. Very good, LaDonna. Okay, great. Mike, I'm gonna address this one too. Go ahead.
Carolyn, is there the name of the award in here?
Oh, no.
Okay, we have Carolyn. Carolyn, can you come up here?
Carolyn. I need that.
I worked on Carolyn a magnifying glass because she is our Sherlock Holmes, along with honorary is Jerry. Where's Jerry? Where's Jerry? Jerry, there. Jerry helped us also locate your information.
Oh, Steve Doyle? Yes. Steve Doyle. Steve, coming up here.
And don't be offended, Steve, but a dumpster. You want to know why? Steve is a collector. And a lot of our archival materials have come from Steve.
Well done. Steve with his collector's dumpster. Next up, we have Paul. Paul Fong?
Yes, Paul.
Yeah, Paul Fong, come on up here. Oh, bling.
Turn this on. There we go.
Paul, for helping us have this vision, this idea.
Oh, light bulb, I get it. Yeah.
There's some thinking that was. And then we have.
This is Vicky.
Where's
Vicky Paqueta. Oh, come on up here, Vicky.
Vicky is our heart.
Every time Vicky contacts me, she gives the first paragraph or the first 45 seconds to remind me of where I last saw her and where I last worked with her. I said, Vicky, you don't have to do that. You're famous. Now you can just to remind me that you have the heart pendant, and I'll remember. Next up, Trung. Trung, come on up here.
Where are you? Oh, no.
The song Getting Through.
Oh, well, Trump will come in, but Trump, I only have one glove because the other one doesn't work. But it's a glove that flashes because Trump was our note taker, master at the minutes. So, Trump will,
Oh, there he is, Trump.
You have one glove because the other one broke, and I didn't want to give you a broken glove.
Master of minutes.
Now,
Yes.
Andre, can you click the slide? Can you
Oh,
help
she
me
wants to
click
click
the slide?
another button. There you go, Andre.
All right.
Oh, you want me to read the screen? Okay, I'll come over this way. Got my glasses on. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness. Hey, that's why you handed it off, Robert. I thought the other font was small.
You don't have to read all of them.
Oh, you got a Ninoa on there. That's a great list. All right. So this is our San Jose State University Asian American Studies Outstanding Student Activist and Changemakers Award being awarded to following students. We have them down here.
Oh, no.
Oh.
It'll take us all night to read these, but you'll see This is back ordered, supply chain issues, but it's on the way. And we will have this at our next gathering, so stay tuned for our
Why
next.
don't you tell our friends here what goes into the selection process? What distinguishes these people?
Oh, yes, so these are our founding members of Asian American Studies. Either people who were one of the first ones to dream, be part of the 1968 movements, or those who have helped shepherd it along, especially in its founding years. And you see how we left some plates open there, because as we were sleuthing, we figure out that we find names gradually find names, and you know what? We won't leave anyone out. We will keep adding to this list here. So, and of course, we will love to thank the Student Affairs for helping sponsor all of our plaques tonight.
Our outstanding student activists and change makers.
Oh,
I should help
I
you.
work out. It's okay. Oh, wow. All right. If TJ and Roy, can you come up, please?
She just wants you to help hold it.
Oh, come up to the front here.
Here we go.
All right. I know this is a little heavy.
The floor on that side, on TJ's side, the floor is a little wet.
Oh, the floor is wet. Be careful there, PJ. It's not your fault. Let you know. So, as long as like me to read the award here, ladies and gentlemen, this one's not back ordered. It's IRL. That's in real life. That's for my kids. San Jose State University Asian American Studies, Kichung Kim and Paul Sakamoto Award for outstanding faculty, staff, and administrators. And we have these two iconic folks here, Roy and PJ Hirabayashi, because their names are going to be added to this list. Is this correct?
Yeah, their names are already on this list.
Oh, they're on this list already.
And if I can point out, this Kichung Kim's son is here. Kenneth, if you would like to maybe. Dr. Kichung Kim played a vital part in supporting the founding of Asian American Studies, the key faculty member who really helped it launch off the ground. So thank you so much. We have had so many conversations about how amazing Dr. Kichung Kim was. And of course, our other named awardee here is Dr. Paul Sakamoto. Paul, wave! And we've heard a lot about Paul's accolades before too, but also Paul has some really awesome humor. I think, just sit down with Paul, have a conversation, and you'll have a good chuckle.
Also, I don't want to be like Vicky and remind you every time I see you, but some have talked about how Dr. Sakamoto, I probably wasn't a doctor maybe at the time, maybe you had him for class or whatnot, but he was my school superintendent when I went to school at what was formerly known as Frank L. Huff Elementary School in Mountain View. It has then undergone a name change as well because some information came to light about the history of Frank L. Huff, and I guess we didn't want it named after someone who was the president of the Anti-Chink Club or something like that. So they did change the name. I didn't name the club. But it's now called the Amy Imai Elementary School, named for another iconic person, a friend of ours who is iconic with her involvement in the community as well. So this is a theme right here, folks, is everybody's getting involved because the community, the C gets bigger as we go along, but it's tight to support each other. So Roy and PJ, we have you holding up this award that you have got your names on. There we go.
Mike also works out.
All right. The next award we have is San Jose State University Asian American Studies Serve the People Community Change Award. Oh, this is okay. This goes to SJSU AAS student activists, and in parentheses on the bottom it says, the real OGs.
And for this award, you see that it's also a perpetual plaque. So we would love to continue giving this award in the future, not just to alumni, not just to groups, but individuals, community groups, anyone in our community who serve the people and uphold that spirit of Asian American Studies.
All right. Give it up for the real OGs.
For this, actually, I want Dan Kubo.
can't take your name tag off, they're gonna tell you to do that. Thank you. Very good.
Really, I want to have all of those guys. Thank you. Don't worry, Mike. I didn't graduate.
All right. No. Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. We're gonna do one more picture.
I agree with that. 100%.
Okay. I'm sorry, folks, I'm getting educated as well, Dan. Oh, you wanted to take a picture, Vicky? Oh, some members and Dan, all right.
We'll shoot this way, so everyone look at me. This way? This way. You guys should be in front of me. Yeah, that's perfect. Do we have the, do we want to hold the sign? The plaque as well? The plaque is one more? One more. For me, yeah, do you mind holding?
Well, at least a bear or something.
Dan, a little closer in. Okay, and then name tags? Can we get name tags? We'll leave lessons on. Yeah. One more. Oh, we can make some room. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yep.
Terry wants to hide.
Yes. Thanks, Bob.
Oh, Tom, your name tag. No,
Yeah, take it off.
he's like, he's like, but I really want it.
Yeah, you can just hide behind me. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2. Oh. Thank you, everyone.
Including posthumously
Do I get to
recognized.
take this home?
Yes, you may. You can have it. It's a belt buckle, so congratulations.
But you'll have to bring it back next year.
Every year you have to bring it. Thank you. Now, Yvonne has shared with me, which someone you may know, that this was inspired largely by a project, right, paid for by the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, is that right? And that got the ball rolling on this. And as you know, once you start a project like this, you keep uncovering more and more layers, which inspires you to dig even deeper. So thank you for starting that up, Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, for that. And all this is documented in a couple of publications.
Yeah, so at your tables, there are 2 publications. It's probably underneath the vase somewhere. But one is from Eastside Magazine. It just came out earlier this week. And also coming out earlier this week was the San Jose State Research Foundation annual report. And we have on page 6 of Eastside Magazine, look at who this is, Mike Honda over here. All right. Oh, sitting right next to Assembly Member Evan Lowe right now. And we are also on page 15. Please excuse my giant face. On all right.
Give it up for Yvonne's giant face. Okay, all right. We'll call up once again to the front of the stage, the man with all the ideas with the blinking lights. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Fong.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. We're going to have elected officials come up and make a 1-minute presentation of the awards that they're presenting tonight. The first one is Senator Dave Cortese's office, Tara Shrikreshinden.
Thank you. So we have 2 resolutions recognizing the over 50 years of Asian American Studies at SJSU from Senator Cortese and Senator Wahab. And I also have Tuan Nguyen from Assemblymember Calra's office. And we'll you know, we have, I'll say in the office, we have 5 staff members that are API, and we're very proud of that, and thank you. And proud to recognize the history today, so thank you, Assemblymember Fawn.
You're gonna get them all. The next person to present is Evan Lowe, Assemblymember Evan Lowe. University graduate.
Hello, boss. Good evening to each and every one of you as we are rapidly approaching the beautiful month of May, which is Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Just by way of background, I know my former boss, Paul Fong, mentioned it just briefly, but I am a product of San Jose State and a product of Asian American Studies, and I want to reference Michael Chang, who is my professor at De Anza College in Asian American Studies, ICS 22. And I just wanted to be a good Asian and become a doctor like my father. But he took me to a Cupertino City Council meeting, and I was incredibly bored. Because they were talking about tree sap for 3 hours and the impact of public safety. But I also was struck by the lack of representation, and he would share with me letters that he received as the first Asian American mayor in Cupertino at the time, letters that he showed me about the white flight and about the challenges and the vitriol that he faced back then in the early 2000s. And that stuck with me, and applied that from not just the academic setting, but a practical sense. And then introduced me to then my boss, Paul Fong, who was chair of the Asian Pacific Islander Legislative Caucus, and then of course our OG Mike Honda, our icons in social justice in the political sphere, which have then now created people like Margaret Abe-Koga and Rosemary Kamei and Ellen Kamei and so many others to helping advance the interests of our community here in Santa Clara County. But because of our collective work, we in the state of California have passed mandatory ethnic studies to help ensure that our voices are heard and are appreciated and are recognized, that we seize our place. We have passed legislation to make Lunar New Year an official state holiday, the first state in the nation for recognizing Lunar New Year an official state holiday. And then stopping Asian hate, we passed $165 million going to community-based organizations and working to help promote the diversity that we so readily deserve. And so it's important that we continue to reflect on where we have been, where we are currently, and where will we be going. So I hope that we'll reaffirm our commitment to now, and I see so many incredible people. I'm like, oh wow, this is very awe-inspiring. Lastly, let me just say this. I was a student in trying to teach Asian American Studies. There was no Asian American Studies that I could get a degree in here at San Jose State, so I went to San Francisco State. I'm a professor, and yes, I would come here. I'm just speaking the truth. I'm not trying to throw shade. And I graduated in political science, Terry Christensen, but I wanted to teach Asian American Studies because I was so awe-inspired by my mentors, Mike Honda, Paul Fong, and Michael Chang. So I commuted to San Francisco State, and I took a class from Eric Marr, who was a professor there. He was a supervisor then. But I would commute back and forth, and it was difficult. I couldn't complete it because it was taxing and challenging. And then, of course, I ran for state assembly, so I couldn't complete it. But the point of the story is that it's important that we reflect the diversity of our community and provide the skill sets to those wishing to advance our interests collectively about the multiculturalism, not just in Santa Clara County, not just at San Jose State, but the entire state of California. So I hope you'll interpret that to say is you have strong support and commitment from all of us outside of San Jose State to help ensure that you are strong and prepared for next generation of incredible public servants and activists. Thank you very much.
while they get set for a picture, I'll share that I met Evan Lowen, who was the youngest mayor of Cupertino, not quite so young anymore, I guess, but still very well founded. And you know, Evan, you're talking about how you didn't complete that class, and I understand why, because your career took off. But then I also put it together with the fact that Mike Honda just bragged about his 1.9. And I'm wondering, Paul, what's up with these guys? Doing really well. We're so proud of all of you guys. So proud that you're representing the community. I'll give it up once again. Assembly member Evan Lowe, thank you so much. Next up, we'd like to call up the County Board of Education President, Victoria Chan. Victoria.
Hi everybody, I'm Victoria Chan, President of Santa Clara County Office of Education, thank you. And my Vice President who is just up here, Tara Sri Krishnan. We're really honored to present this award today to the San Jose State Asian American Studies program. I would say I went to a college that did have that program, and I want to say I really feel like I took it for advantage, knowing how many people fought to get that here today. And I think that was just so amazing to see and read the history, but also as a teacher myself, it was so incredible seeing the student speakers that were here today, because ultimately what we're setting up is a pathway for them to continue pushing this further. And so I always say that the future is in our classrooms, especially during COVID, and just seeing them persevere through all of that. And so it's really inspiring to just see how far we've fought to get here, how past generations, how our leaders have come together to continually support our community, and how much that's going to continue to move forward with our students. And that's also, thank you everybody I'm so honored to be here today.
Oh, sorry.
Three, two, one, 3, 2.
Okay.
Space.
Yeah. There you go.
The next person is a hero for us because he actually provided the funding for our Asian American Oral History Project, and that led to this event. And so he has the Asian American Studies consciousness with him on the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, Otto Lee.
Thank you, Paul.
Well, first of all, good evening, everybody. Good evening. It truly is an honor to be here tonight. My name is Otto Lee. Honored to be serving as your county supervisor in Santa Clara County. But at the same time, I'm really honored to be here because of joining so many friends for this special evening tonight, honoring Asian American Studies at the San Jose State University, and the students, alumni that has ensured the success of this work. So thank you. Give yourself a big round of applause. And I certainly wanted to give a few things here, thanking Yvonne Kwan, the program coordinator of the Asian American Studies, recognizing the alumni, the past work, and the importance of Asian American Studies. Yvonne, your work has encouraged strong Asian American participation in civic service and community. Your work is empowering our voices every day. Thank you. And I also want to recognize Dr. Kichung Kim played in creating a comprehensive curriculum that highlights the struggles and contributions of Asian Americans, and the roles of Dr. Paul Sakamoto, and of course, our most beloved Congress member, Mike Honda, who were instrumental in securing the funds for this program to reach more young people. The program is significant because it provides a platform for Asian Americans to tell their own stories in their own voice to highlight the impact of what they have done to our community on American history. People like Roy Hirabayashi, Cheryl Fong, Victor James, that helped create this program to combat harmful stereotypes and to raise awareness about the diverse cultures within the Asian American community. Leaders like Artie Kamela, James Lee, Robert Reyes, and Douglas Tushia, representing the peoples by chairing the subcommittees on the Chinese, Japanese, and Filipino experiences, leaning into the differences and similarities. The first tenure hired in this program, Dr. Gregory Mark, made the program's ethos serve the people, right? This is what this is about. A core curriculum in the Asian American Studies that has remained to this day. And I'm certainly, myself, a product of the investment in the Asian American Studies, and I'm able to stand here with you today thanks to those who blazed the path before me. Like Paul Fong, right here, right? Paul, thank you. And I'm truly honored to work with so many of you to expand the path for our children and future generations of Asian Americans, youth, and students. And thank you very much to include me in the event. I have a couple of certificates that I brought with me. First is recognizing the Asian American Studies program at San Jose University. Here we go. And we certainly recognize, take great pride of all the great work this has made difference. Come on in, come on in. Come on in, come on in.
Over here.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, 3, 2. Everyone looking over here. 1.
While we're having the paparazzi moment, Supervisor Lee also, you're integral in promoting the Asian American culture and making it part of the mainstream, right? So we appreciate you having brought, I believe, the Asian American Film Festival as well over to there. That was an honor to be there with all the young creators and all the young makers. So thank you very much for your continued support.
Always. And the second certificate I have today is for the alumni and students from San Jose State University. And certainly take great pride in recognizing contributions of the students that helped found and shepherd the Asian American Studies program right here in San Jose State University since its infancy. Come on up.
All right. Let's look at this.
Come on up.
Keep
going.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll leave. Okay, the next representatives will be from our city governments. Can you all come up here and take a minute to speak and then present your award? Margaret Abe Koga from the city of Mountain View, also a candidate for the Board of Supervisors, Asian American Consciousness, Studies Consciousness person. Greg Tanaka is here, also from the city of Palo Alto. Linda Sell from the city of Sunnyvale, City Council. Carmen Montano, Mayor of Milpitas. Sergio Lopez, City of Campbell. And finally, Rosemary Kamei, City of San Jose. Okay. And Gilbert Wong will do Cupertino, past mayor of Cupertino. Okay, Carmen, you want to start?
Go Spartans! I'm an alumni of San Jose State University. I came here in 1974, graduated in 1973. Came here to San Jose State, but then I took a break and I came back in the 1990s. But I came here during the Chicano movement, during the 1960s, the Black movement, the Filipino movement, the Asian movement, and this was a time when there was a great cry for social change. So I want to give a commendation, but I want to give a little bit of background about myself. I am the daughter of farm workers, so we work alongside with the Filipinos in Delano, California. And I want to thank Paul Fong for inviting me here to this great event. And again, as I mentioned, I am the daughter of farm workers. I was part of the United Farm Workers. I still have my little card enabling me to work as a union member picking grapes back in Delano. So again, another thing I want to say, as the first woman mayor elected to the city as a mayor in Milpitas. I want to make a commendation, whereas Asian American Studies was one of the ethnic studies fields born in 1968 from the Civil Rights Movement, Third World Liberation Front, the anti-war movement, and in solidarity with multiple oppressed communities. And with that, I want to give you this commendation. Thank you.
Take a picture.
Can we just do one picture at the end?
Okay, all right. The next person is Linda Sell, recently elected to the Sunnyvale City Council.
Hi, I'm honored to be here tonight. I'm newly seated.
I just got into office in January, and through the work of everyone, all the elected officials, Asian that came before me in this Asian Studies program, I ran unopposed last year. So in the second largest city in Santa Clara County, I am the first female Asian American to serve on the city council, and I was unopposed. So just recognition of our community, that they would have, the whole community would have so much trust in our Asian community. I'm so honored. So the city of Sunnyvale has a large Asian population, and our city wanted to congratulate this Asian Studies program for all the work you've done.
Thank you. You want to take a picture?
We're going to do it all at once.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Next is Margaret Abekonga, City of Mountain View former mayor and city council member. She's a candidate for the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. She will continue with the Asian American Studies agenda along with Otto Lee if she gets elected. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Good evening, everyone. It's really an honor to be here to see so many pioneers, so many stars of our community. It's actually quite emotional looking around and seeing so many of you who I met along the way in my 30-year journey in public service here. And I did not go to San Jose State. My daughter got in. I'm waiting to hear where she's going to pick. But I went to college on the East Coast, but it was during my college years where I learned about my identity as an Asian American. And I remember at that time, it was late 80s, early 90s, we had one Asian American Studies class. It was in literature, and I took that class, and that was when I really started to understand who I was. And it's very empowering when you learn about yourself and you understand your identity. As Paul mentioned, I serve on the Mountain View City Council. It's my 15th year. I'm the first Asian AAPI female to serve on this council. But now, 15 years later, we actually have 3 AAPI females, including Emily Ramos, who just joined our council this year. So when I think about the progress that our community has made, I really look to so many of you. When I came on the scene 30 years ago, hard to believe, it was folks like Paul Fong and Mike Honda who were there, who really embraced me and took me under their wings. PJ and Roy, Untitled, so many of you. And so it's just really an honor to be here to thank you for your leadership, your trailblazing, the struggles that you've gone through for so many decades. And so with that, I want to present from our city of Mountain View 2 certificates, one recognizing the contributions of the Asian American Studies program, and the other to the students who led the way. So thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you, Next is the first Latino city council member for the city of Campbell, Sergio Lopez.
Thank you so much. It's really a privilege and an honor to be here representing my hometown and a group of these incredible individuals, because I would not be here were it not for many of the people in this room. When I was still in high school and figuring out my own identity, didn't know that, never saw myself doing something like this or running for office. But I knew I had my perspective as a young person. I wanted to share that. And so we had a day and we went, some of my classmates, and went to the Capitol and spoke to our representatives. And, you know, some of them had us meet with, some of my classmates met with the staffer, or, you know, they said they didn't have time. But my representative actually sat down and took minutes out of his day and spoke to me, and the conversation continued. And at the end, he said, hey, you should come intern for me in my district office back in your district. And that man was Paul Fong. And the person who interviewed me for that internship was a young Evan Lowe. He's still young, but while I was there, they introduced me to folks like Gilbert Wong and Otto Lee and Margaret Abekonga. And finally, at the end of that summer, he said, hey, I think you should go intern for my friend. His name is Mike Honda. Let me introduce you. And so my story would not be possible of being the first, you know, but hopefully not the last, without the individuals in this room. And so when I went on to college, I chose to study American history because of those lessons that I learned. And because I knew that we can't map out a course for where we're going without knowing where we've been and what our past, our history is. And I took an Asian American Studies class and chose to do my project, my final project, on history of Asian American Studies in Silicon Valley, and interviewed many of the people in this room. So I want to say thank you, Paul, the many other trailblazers in this room who've not only recorded our history, but have made history and are making it for the young folks in this room. Thank you so much.
The next person is Rosemary Kamei, Vice Mayor of the City of San Jose.
Thank you so much. You know, as I've, I'm also an alum of San Jose. So, you know, as I heard the stories, as I look around in this room, one of the things is just remarkable, remarkable. You know, 55 years ago, some of you weren't born, some of you weren't even a thought. And you know, to come all this way, one of the things that, you know, I spoke to Yvonne and I said, you know, what can we do to ensure that the next 55 years or more are there? And how can we expand the program, right? How can we make sure that you can have a degree? And I said, you know, each and every one of us can do something. Write a letter, help, whatever, and encourage. And so I say to you today, if there's something that you can do, you can also give money. Someone mentioned that the dean is going to do $5,000. Help match that in some way. You know, whatever it is, it's really, really all necessary. I want to say thank you for inviting me. You know, I'm in my position because my friend Evan Lowe and some other community members came to me and said, Rosemary, you know what? San Jose, the 10th largest city in the country, has no Asian representation. Almost 40% are Asian. You can really do more in the community by running for city council. And I said, oh, I don't know about that. And here I am today, very happy that I did, very happy that I'm able to give a voice where there had been a vacuum. And so, you know, I know the need to really know our history as well as know, you know, in terms of being able to have proper representation. I'm so proud of your 55 years, Paul, and really from the City of San Jose, our mayor and my city council members want to give you this commendation from our city.
Thank you. Thank you, Rosemary Kamei. Next one is Gilbert Wong, former mayor of the city of Cupertino. He's a current trustee with the Foothill De Anza Community College District Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm just so proud to not only be a Spartan alumni, but also to be in this room with so many different community leaders in our community, as well as our allies. I think it's very important that we build on the Asian American Studies program. But again, I wouldn't be here with mentors like Nora Mineta that we're continuing here, as well as Congressman Mike Honda, Mayor Michael Chang, as well as Assembly Member Paul Fong, because we need role models. And maybe in politics or business or whatever your forte is that we need to be at the seat of the table. And I think that if it wasn't for my mentors to help me and look at our Asian American elected officials and people of color as well too, we won't be here today. And we have to continue the fight here. And I wish I minored in Asian American Studies, but I minored in East Asian and Southeast Asian Studies, because without knowing the politics, you need to know about the history, the culture. As you can tell, I love food as well as the food too, to kind of understand how we can address institutional racism that we have here in even Santa Clara County. But I'm very proud to stand with all of you in this room here and to celebrate our Asian American Studies here at San Jose State University, my proud alumni university.
Last but not least is the City of Palo Alto City Council Member, Greg Tanaka.
Thank you, Paul. First of all, thank you guys for inviting me to speak here. I am in awe of the people here, Mike Honda, Connie, all the other folks here who have laid the groundworks for myself and others to be in elected office. I'm in elected office because so many people here have helped me, Gilbert, Margaret, so many others, Evan. So I'm really thankful. I'm proud to present these commendations to the organizations because we need to know the history. We need to stay united. I think that's one thing that Asian Americans really need to do. We need to stay united. So whether, let's say Margaret's running for office, we should support her. Or whether one of our fellows was getting attacked, we should support him, right? We should make sure that we stand together because if we don't stand together, who will? And so I think it's really important that the work here continues and we build upon it and we help each other. So just really proud to be able to present these to the students and to the organization, and thank you again for having me here, and go Spartans.
Photo.
Thank you.
Where's our camera guy?
Yeah, where's our camera?
Andre, there you go. You wanna hold it?
Oh, look over here. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2. 1. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, just kidding.
Mike, you're slow. It's not for me. Okay. Vice Mayor, I don't know. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. All right. She'll share. That was put on your card.
Thank
Thank you for letting me go up.
Michael Chang's here. He brought us a resolution from APALI, Asian Pacific American Leadership Institute. You have 30 seconds.
I think he only says that to me. Am I going to get a mic or not? So there's a couple of themes here, right? I want to talk about, I was sitting there and thinking, so many of you don't know me, my name is Michael Chang. I was the first Asian American to be mayor in Cupertino. But as importantly, and more importantly perhaps, I served 30 years as the chair of Asian American Studies at the Anza College. As Department of Asian American Studies. And we recently was invited back, and Paul Fung and I were in this, to sit down to talk about the history of the Asian American Studies Department at the Anza College, right? And so it's great to see all these founders of Asian American Studies here at San Jose State University. And I don't know, the last time I heard, I hope I'm wrong, the last time I heard Asian American Studies here is not a department. But I hope that if the president is here, I think if the president was here before, and all the deans and all the folks, it's time to look at that. Do you have the students? Do you serve Asian American students? Do you serve non-Asian American students? Is it time? With this kind of gathering, it's a waste to let it just go by without revisiting whether there should be, what kind of Asian American studies is worthy of this university. That's one theme. The other theme I'll keep really short, and it's an ongoing one, that many, many generations, and I'm in between. There are folks that are before me that are my mentor, my wonderful mentor, Paul Sakamoto over there, so goes back over 30 years, and of course, Mike Honda, Paul Fung, and so on, and all those that come after us, so the two themes. I didn't know that APALI does resolutions until Paul Fung mentions it. So. Yeah, without further ado. Everyone over here. 3, 2.
Thank you. Okay, we have some other resolutions from Congress, from Ro Khanna and Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, congressional resolution, 2 of them from Congress to recognize the Asian American Studies program. We also have one from Asian Americans for Community Involvement, ACI, to recognize Asian American Studies, because during its infancy, we were connected at the hip. And that's it. Finally, take a picture.
Yeah, let's go. No, picture. I know. Yeah, picture. Let's do one with just the congressional one. Congressional one. Here, I'll hold this one in the back. Okay, sure. Just the congressional one. Just the congressional one. That one. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Just the congressional one.
Yeah,
You
congressional
two are
one.
the congressional ones.
Okay, and now just the Aki one.
Oh, jeez. Aki one.
It's like at a wedding, you know.
There you go. Do it again.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, no, one more. I got to mention that also we got recognition from South Bay Labor Council. They did a resolution for us as well. And also Asian Law Alliance, they did a resolution for us as well. So they recognize us. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, I think Vicky wants to.
Okay, sure.
I want to recognize two of our local VPs in the room. One of them is our oral historian. She is the one we work with. She single-handedly documented so much of the Chinese immigrant story in this valley and in the state. Connie Young Yu. And we have a graduate in the room, 1954, mechanical engineering, who helped with the Pinoy town in Japantown here, do a history, capture the history and document it, and he leads tours, and that's Manong Ragsak. And he went on to Caltech to get a degree in astrophysics. Okay, we have, Yvonne, where are you?
I'm here.
Okay, right up here, please. I want the coordinating committee, so PJ and Roy, you cannot hide over there. Over here on this side, please. Every now and then I can get instructed, even though I'm the last kid in my family. Okay. We have a plaque here that says, with much appreciation from the administrator, faculty, staff, and students who comprise the vanguard and leadership of Asian American Studies from 1963 through 1979, and are in attendance on the 28th of April, 2023, we hereby recognize Yvonne Kwan, Dr. Yvonne Kwan. We recognize her for her vision to forge an historic 50-year reunion event to assemble and document the origin of the Asian American students' activist movement here at San Jose State University. We salute your leadership, your courage, and your invaluable contribution to capture through oral history the Asian American movement that institutionalized the Asian American Studies program in the spring semester 1970. We salute you. We wanted to honor Yvonne because as I talked to many of you on the phone, I oftentimes sat in tears as I listened to your shock and awe that San Jose State was doing this to honor you and or your loved ones. And some of you came from far away. I know you have lots to do tomorrow, like Susan, who has an Asian American event in Salinas, but she could not miss this. And like the Amutans, Lucky's daughters, we shared a lot of tears talking about how they felt about San Jose State recognizing and honoring their parents. So like so many of you in this room, I know you've come a long way. I know you never thought this would ever happen, but if we don't document our stories, no one else will. No one will know how much time, how much effort it took. If we had to put a dollar amount, because I worked at a college institution, I know what it costs to run an EOP program. And yet that program was run by Roy here, and Stella Jin, and Cheryl, and so many others of you in this room. And you ran it until the college found funds to run a program. So thank you so much, San Jose State, Yvonne, for supporting this reunion and capturing the history of these wonderful, wonderful activists who did it because of their passion and nothing else. Thank you.
Stand up here with the real OGs, and they're so sweet to me. They've seen me in chairs many different times now, I think. I want to recognize that in our interview team for the oral history, how many did we do? I think like 22, 23. We conducted 23 oral history interviews in the last 2 days with our alumni. And of course, thank you so much to Brick and Sky Productions for that, especially Michelle, Sarah, who had to leave early, Howard, and also Andre. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, I can't be remiss to say this, but my wonderful partners in the back, and we've had many late night meetings, 7 to 9 p.m., y'all, 7 to 9 p.m. And he has fed me behind the screen, forced me to drink water, taken out the dog, and done all of those things. So thank you so much for your support. And with that, can you hit the button twice? One more time. There we go. One more time. There we go. All right. Who would like to take this slide?
This is a tough one.
I'm
going to be in tears.
Maybe we...
You want me to read the name?
Yes, please, because we're going to be in tears if you have to.
I am heartless. That's why he's letting me read this one. In memoriam, we wish to recognize Dr. Estrella Halimag, Joe Wu, Kichung Kim, Larry Chan, Luciano Amutan, known as Lucky, Matsuo Fuyama, Nancy Wei, Philip Choi, Rei Toshitsune, Sachiko Nakamura, Sheldon Chow, Steve Takakua, Steve Yamaguma, Steve Nin, and Tsukasa Matsueda. For those who are interested, Steve Yamaguma's funeral service actually will be tomorrow at 3 p.m. at the Wesley Methodist Church. So.
Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause.
And I know the student union is going to kick us out very soon, but if we have a chance, we have that poster in the back there. We would love for you to, there's markers all over the tables if you want to go up and sign your name. That's kind of our guest book there. And of course, also please, if you haven't yet, please place your sign in, whether or not you're donating, we just want to know who came and all of that. So if you can put that in the small envelope and then in the larger envelope on the table, we'll be sure to go around and collect those. But of course, Rio, again, after party. Yeah. All right, and so as LaDonna had